welcome to the Weather Network's live stream coverage as Hurricane Milton makes its final approach into Florida. Now we have assembled a team here to get you through the storm. We've got meteorologist Rachel Modesinto here in studio to get us up to date on the latest weather information. And of course we have StormHunter Mark Robinson and video journalist Nathan Coleman down in Sarasota, Florida. First thing I want to do is head down into Florida and get a look at what's happening right now there on the ground in Sarasota.
Yeah, Michael, I can it's very not funny, but it's kind of amazing. Literally just before we got on air, there were power flashes. We could just sort of see the whole sky lighting up back there with either lightning or actual power flashes. And I think those are the power flashes out on the barrier islands, which does tell me that the eye wall, those strongest winds, are beginning to really hit a little further out there, and it's kind of ominous, to be quite honest, because we're getting, the light is beginning to drop, but the storm is coming in just at dusk. So we're trying to sort of show you as best we can, and we will be losing light very soon. And of course that means that, as we were talking about earlier, we get into that ominous period of the storm coming in at night.
Absolutely, and there's so much uncertainty, and like you said, it's very...
Whoa! Sorry, just had a transformer just explode just over here. It heard this big and I just saw everything flickered. Nate, you saw that?
Yeah, incredible. And you hear these loud bangs, and that's the debris flying around, little pieces of metal. There's pieces of palm tree that have fallen. So you don't want to be out on the street for sure.
Yeah, and we did expect to see some power flashes, but it's definitely now really making itself known. And Michael, what was kind of funny was that we were actually we were sort of saying a few minutes ago. Nate and I were talking, and Dave, our cameraman, I want to basically point out Dave. He is awesome. We were talking about, we're a little bit concerned that the eye wall wasn't as strong as we originally thought, and yet. Now we're seeing those power flashes, and it's basically really letting us know that I was wrong. That storm is definitely as strong as we originally thought.
Actually, Mark, while you were just talking there, there was a nice bright sort of fluorescent turquoise flash just behind you, and that's the type of flashes that you see from those transformers as they go. Now I want to bring in Rachel Modesinto here to talk about what we're seeing right here on the radar associated with those flashes that are coming in.
Well, it does look like Milton is going to be quite asymmetrical at this point in time. It has lifted farther north, making its trek towards Sarasota. That is where Mark and Nate are positioned in Sarasota. Lots of heavy rainfall in the north side of this storm. It wasn't that perfect symmetrical hurricane that we saw just yesterday and the day before. So we're seeing very heavy rainfall to the north and those winds. So that is what is causing all those flashes and all those power outages. We are seeing our power outage numbers begin to climb into the 300,000 range across parts of Florida, and a lot of that actually has to do with the tornado outbreak that happened earlier this afternoon. We saw 133 tornado warnings across the Florida Peninsula, and that includes parts of Port St. Lucie and also West Palm Beach.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Rachel. And one thing I want to point out real quick is obviously we're talking a lot about this center of rotation, the eye wall, and where that's coming through. And that's actually where Mark and Nate are positioned right now. So what are you seeing around you right now? Walk us through a little bit of your setup and let us know how you're set up to stay safe throughout this storm.
Well, we're out here in a parking garage on North Palm Avenue in Sarasota, and we're up about 5 stories just so we can get above that ground level, above the debris field here. And as you can see, the wind can travel through here. This is a solid structure, so that keeps us out of the debris, and that's the work of Mark, who's been through so many of these. I'm used to a little less strength up in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Michael, we're trying to do sort of multiple things at once. We're trying to chat with you guys, trying to get some of the video, like this spectacular video as the eye. Whoa! You can just see it again. There's power flashes in multiple areas. We may actually move our shot so you can sort of look towards the city itself. But I mean, again, was not expecting it quite as strong, but it definitely looks like we're going to see a very strong part of the eye wall come over top of us here in Sarasota.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that we've been saying all afternoon here, just to the people there that have stayed back in Florida, is you don't rest on your laurels. You don't really know what to expect with a storm system like this. Now, Rachel, I want to bring you in here real quick and just kind of get us an idea of where we are as far as the strength of this hurricane right now as it approaches landfall.
Well, as you can see, it is still a major hurricane, Category 3 strength. It was a very strong Category 5 strength hurricane when it was in the Gulf, but as it traveled towards the north, it encountered some shear, and that's making it a little bit asymmetrical and has lost its strength. But instead, it has expanded for pretty much the entire west coast of Florida, and where the eye is sitting is right around Sarasota. So that's where we're going to be seeing the most intense rain and winds. Wind speeds on the ground are still near 200 kilometers per hour, and just above the surface are going to be even stronger. And I don't want to count out how strong this storm is, because as we know, it was a Category 5. It will continue to bring in hurricane characteristics throughout the Florida peninsula. So continuing to maintain strength as Cat 1, even as it makes its way into Orlando, because as we know, Florida is not very mountainous, so there's not much change between the water and the land.
Absolutely, and there's not a whole lot that can really slow down those winds. You're absolutely right there, Rachel. Now, one thing to remember is this is the fastest developing storm on record, and it held true to its name in the last couple of hours as it really sped up as we approached this landfall time period. So, Mark, what are you seeing there right now? It looks like you're having a good look behind you there. So what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, sorry, Michael. I want to keep a good eye on what's happening behind us, because you could hear this dull roar from in the distance, and that let me know that something was about to hit. That one of those gusts was about to hit us, and I want to, just be very aware, of any debris that's coming through. Want to make sure what's going on down below. Just trying to keep aware of all, the entire situation. I mean, we are pretty safe from flying debris here. But one of the things I want to point out, and I'm going to turn just a little bit here, way back over there, we have been watching the barrier islands, and we could see them. Even though it's now getting a little bit dark, you could still see them back there. They have now disappeared. I cannot see back there, which tells me that there's extreme gusts back in there, and likely that could be the eye wall itself. It's hard to say, but the evidence is mounting that we're seeing the potential strongest stuff behind us or coming towards us, and it may last a while because the storm isn't moving at a tremendous pace, but definitely letting us know that it's making itself felt here. And there, power's now going out. The power just flickered in our parking garage right now. So that is, we're going to see those flickers until I think it's just going to be totally out as it gets dark.
Absolutely. And I just want to sort of clarify a little bit what you said there about the barrier islands. They're disappearing. The electricity seems to have gone out there, so you've lost visibility of the actual electricity on the islands there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for now. I can see some blinking, but I think that is actually the boats. But yeah, given those power flashes that we've been seeing, my guess is the power is now out on the barrier islands.
Awesome. So let's talk about timing of this and when we can expect to potentially see a landfall from Hurricane Milton. Rachel?
Well, I mean, we're getting close to that time. I would maybe give it within the hour, if not an hour to go. It does look like we are going to be seeing that eye wall push onto shore shortly. So this is the eye, that clearing that Sarasota's in right now, that Mark and Nate are in, but we'll see this rainfall kind of wrap in behind. So again, just because things might be clear now, they will not be clear come an hour or two. This direction will also be looking at very extreme storm surge. So the storm surge is going to be something to not count lightly with this storm. Like I said, it was a Category 5 strength storm, one of the fastest growing storms on record for the Atlantic Basin. And although it has weakened in terms of wind and pressure, the water doesn't really care. It's going to keep that forward momentum with the storm surge, and we're forecast to see 3 to 4 meters of storm surge. So that's over a story high in and around Sarasota, where Mark and Nate are, and even farther south, the Fort Myers Beach, I know had a mandatory evacuation a couple days ago. So I'm hoping a lot of folks got out. Another element with this storm is those strong gusty winds that will be wrapping around. This area is still dealing with debris from Hurricane Helene, and that landfall was 100 kilometers north of where this one's going to be. So lots of debris still laying around on the streets, easily blown around in winds of Cat 3.
Absolutely. Now, Rachel, you brought up a really excellent point when you talked about the rapid intensification that we see from this storm. And when you start to see that pressure drop is really what starts to pull up the ocean water itself to start forming that storm surge. So I want to take it back out to Mark and Nate and have them talk a little bit about why you're positioned where you are when it comes to the expectation of 3 to 4 meters in storm surge in Sarasota.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that we wanted to document with this storm was the storm surge, because there was that potential, and I think there still is that potential for a tremendous amount of surge to go into Tampa Bay. This is what we've been talking about for days, in this potentially catastrophic event of the surge going in there. It looks like, I think, Tampa may not get hit with quite as much as we were originally thinking, but down here, Sarasota, it definitely is looking like we're going to get quite a bit of surge. In fact, one of the other chasers I know is down in Punta Gorda. He's been documenting the storm surge coming up there and beginning to wash in. But here, making sure that we're in a parking garage well above the storm surge, so we're not in any way concerned about that. But we want to be able to sort of show you the skyline and show you what happens when that eye wall begins to make its way on shore.
Absolutely. As someone who has experienced these types of intense storms myself, it's good to know that you're in such a secure place like a concrete parking garage that offers you the protection that you need, because it's a really difficult job to be out there and taking people into the storm safely, which is why we do this. We're focused on the science and safety so that viewers at home can get a peek of just how intense these storms can really be.
Yes, and the National Weather Service here is asking people to shelter in place for that very reason. You don't want to be out in the storm surge. The Sarasota police saying they're not going to be out doing any rescues if the winds are blowing above 45 miles per hour. So, we are in a secure place. We have all of the supplies to last us for 72 hours should need be. So we have all the backup power and all food, water, everything we need here in this secure location. But it's incredible to see that light show behind us.
Absolutely. Now, as we continue to talk about impacts, we've talked about the storm surge, the water that's coming in with this storm, but we also need to talk about the potential precipitation that we might see from this, right, Rachel?
Yeah, it's going to be quite something. The difference between this and Helene, it's not spanning over multiple states and hitting any sort of mountainous terrain, causing runoff and the devastating flood impacts that Helene had to offer after landfall. This will still be quite devastating. You can see this is the rainfall accumulation in the last 12 hours. It's estimated value, but already over 100 millimeters in and around the Tampa area, and that's on the north side of that eye wall that is pushing onto shore towards Sarasota. So although Mark and Nate do look dry, big amounts of rain coming to Tampa and Orlando, and which is quite concerning because this area is some of the most densely populated region of the Florida Panhandle, of the Florida Peninsula rather, Tampa into Orlando. So we'll be looking at excessive rainfall amounts, even upwards of 300 to 400. We do have excessive rainfall outlook that includes Sarasota, Tampa, Orlando, and Daytona Beach, all very frequented areas and travel areas, and many people's homes. So the rain is going to be quite substantial as this continues to lift into Florida throughout today and into the overnight. You can see there that swath where you're seeing the pinks and purples. That's 200 to 400 millimeters of rain. So that is something that's going to be quite concerning when we're looking at the aftermath effects as well.
Absolutely. And for the viewers at home, let's just get a quick up-to-date on what we know right now with Hurricane Milton. It is still a Category 3, which is what we were expecting it to be as it was making its way to landfall. Wind speeds of about 195 kilometers per hour. The pressure is about 952 millibars, and it's making its way onshore at about northeast at about 24 kilometers per hour. So one of the things about this storm that is so unique is we just really haven't had a storm that's made its way in this direction, right, Rachel?
No, it's been, I think, what they said, over 100 years, and there's been lots of development since then. So we're talking about high rises, more homes being built, and really making this area less prone to being able to take an impact such as this. So again, kind of bad news scenario. I think this storm is going to be quite historic when we look at the aftermath effects. It already has been historic just as it's been developing in the Gulf. So hopefully folks have gotten out. Hopefully that they're already hunkered down because yeah, we are too little too late. Eyewall is definitely pushing closer and closer to Mark.
Absolutely. And one of the key elements to this conversation is the people story too, right? I want to hear from Nate and Mark exactly how people that you've talked to have been responding ahead of the storm.
Yes, well, as we drove down from Orlando, that's where we flew, and the other side of the highway was, you know, a mass exodus of people moving out. So a lot of people did heed those evacuation warnings, but we were down here on the waterfront in Sarasota, and there were still like 2 people I interviewed who said they want to stick it out. They had some sandbags. They're going to wait this one out. So, you know, people down here storm hardy, they're used to hurricanes, but this is quite a big one to make that gamble.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, the people I've talked to, you know, there was a lot of people at our hotel in Tampa that had evacuated out of their areas, and I think the thing that really got me was they all brought their dogs. So our place was full of people and dogs. So I got to give scratches to lots and lots of puppies, which was fantastic. But when I was talking to the people, they seemed tired. They seemed just like, I can't believe we have to go through this again. But I feel safe here at this hotel. I'm out. We just have to ride this out and then, you know, deal with the aftermath. And a lot of them were saying, I hope this is it. I hope we are done with storm season now.
Absolutely. Now, this has been a very unique storm season in a lot of ways because this was forecast to be a very active season because of the really warm ocean temperatures that we have out there. But we did have sort of a break there for quite a while, but things have really ramped back up again, especially as we head into October, where sometimes we're sort of expecting the season to maybe start ramping down, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, like I was talking with Dr. David Sills of the Northern Tornadoes Project, and I know that seems like very divorced from hurricanes, and yet one of the things that we were noting was a lot of the stuff that we see in Ontario that usually happen in August were now happening in September. So we had that warm, dry period that usually happens in August. So Dave was saying to me that he was expecting our tornado season to continue in Southern Ontario for a bit longer, but he said that he felt at the same time we may see the hurricane season back-ended. And I think that's what we're seeing. You know, we're seeing these storms down here in Florida in mid-October. Normally I'm out visiting Nate in Halifax at this time because those storms are coming up the East Coast. So we may be seeing, I may be out visiting Nate in November or December for hurricanes, and this is something that is unusual this year. Definitely going to have to see the data after the season is done. Is it unusual? Anecdotally, I think yes. But we have to wait for that science. We have to wait for that data to tell us whether or not this is an unusual year.
Absolutely. Now, Rachel, what sort of information do you have about October storms that we have that have moved through this region?
Well, it hasn't been anything. Milton has been the latest Category 5 hurricane to develop in the Gulf of Mexico. So we're kind of in uncharted territory. It's not out of the question because where Milton developed was in well over what we need for our sea surface temperatures. We need 27 degrees. And yeah, we had plenty of that back where it developed just off the coast of Mexico. So it has tracked through very favorable conditions, a lot less wind shear as well. That's what helped it boom into an incredible Category 5 strength hurricane. And when I mean incredible, I mean we're not just making the Category 5 strength. We're surpassing that. We have gotten Milton has gotten to record category, talking about the pressure drop. And it was so low back on, I believe, Monday or Tuesday, 897 millibars. That is the 5th strongest hurricane in terms of pressure that we've ever recorded in the Atlantic. So Milton is definitely up there in comparison to some of the most notable hurricanes that we've ever seen.
Absolutely. It really is incredible to see. And, you talked about rapid intensification there. And one of the things is that, you have to consider we really just started talking about this storm development on Saturday, and it is Wednesday, and we're already talking about a landfall hurricane. This hurricane has really gone through a lot in just a short period of time. Now, let's take it back out to Mark and Nate, and give us an idea of what you're seeing around you now as it progresses closer to landfall.
Well, we have been seeing, explosions in the sky basically from those transformers lighting up, neon green, neon lights in the sky. And we're seeing, the palm trees, just incredible swaying of the palm trees and some debris flying around in the streets.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, this is very classic for these hurricanes to start to see the power flashes. I think we're pointed, I believe, Dave, just about north, I think, at this point. So we're sort of looking up towards Tampa. Earlier we were looking out over the Barrier Islands. That sort of felt the brunt of what I think is the eye wall out there first. And now we're sort of looking towards the urban area. And again, we're sort of beginning to see more flashes in that direction. So far though, we've seen flickers here at the parking garage and close in sort of downtown Sarasota. But the grid is struggling. I can definitely see, that the grid is having trouble continuing, but it will continue for as long as it can. I don't expect it to survive the entire encounter with this storm, but we do have tremendous numbers of line crews down here, including people from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Nova Scotia Power responded to the call, and they sent crews to be staged down here. We've seen lots of power trucks staging around as far back as Helene, and many of them have stuck around because here we go again, right?
Absolutely. Now, as an American myself, I grew up in the States. That was one thing when I was covering storms down in the States as well, is, the answer of the call from people across the globe when it comes to these disastrous weather systems. So it really is heartwarming for everyone to see people move in to be able to help out.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, I always like to say, look for the helpers, because that's what you see. I mean, you may have a major disaster. Movies and TV, give us the idea that, as soon as a disaster happens, everybody starts eating each other. But the reality is, it's not that at all. The reality is the exact opposite. When there's a disaster, and I've been through a lot, there are just so many people that are streaming in to try and give a hand, to try and do what they can. So if you're watching and you want to know how to help out, one of the best ways is to actually give money, to provide money to a charity like the Red Cross or your favorite charity. They can leverage that money much better than they say can leverage like a crate of water. If you spend $5 for that crate of water, they can take that same $5 and get 10 crates of water. So that's one of the things I always like to say. It's the easiest way to help out. Is just provide some money to the charity that you like or the charity that you feel is going to give a hand.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to just stay with you guys here for just a second and talk about how, this area was just hit just a week and a half ago by Helene. So there's a lot of debris still left from that cleanup. The cleanup was not finished from that. You know, what's the potential with the wind gusts that we're talking about here? What's the potential to see all of that just scattered around?
I mean, it's like it's 100%. I mean, like, you know, we were even driving around here in Sarasota. There's boats sitting in the middle of parks. You know, when we were in Tampa on Davis Island, there, right near the trauma center, there was huge piles of debris sitting everywhere. I think people began the renovation process, got everything out, put it in the ground, you know, out front in preparation for having it picked up, and then the next hurricane came through. So I think that is something that makes this situation unique, in that we're getting a hurricane right on top of another hurricane. So the cleanup process has not finished for the first hurricane.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of right on top, this hurricane is currently sitting almost right on top of where you guys are right now in Sarasota. Now, I want to head over to meteorologist Rachel Modesinto and meteorologist Reet has now joined us. Thank you so much for jumping in. Like I said earlier, it's all hands on deck. So let's talk about the timing of this storm, where it is right now, where it's headed, and how quickly we're going to see it make it to the other side.
Well, Michael, like you kind of did mention the fact that it looks like it's right over Sarasota where they are. It is actually still about 35 kilometers offshore, so the eye is still slightly off. It looks like it's starting to move on in. When we take a look at some of those current stats with this, in terms of the wind speed, still a Category 3. The winds are really going back and forth between 195 kilometers all the way up to 205 as well. And we're going to see it kind of waver back and forth over the next hour or so as it slowly approaches and starts to make a landfall with that. Now, those power outages, those continue to go up as we're going. And Rachel, you were just taking a look at that. How are we looking?
Yeah, the numbers have been climbing. We started the live stream, about 30 minutes ago, and we were at just over 300,000 power outages, but now we're at 362, and those numbers keep jumping every time I refresh the page. So what Mark and Nate are seeing in the background of all those flashes, definitely seeing those power outage numbers tick up. We will see those tick up as this storm continues to make its way across into Orlando. If you want to pull up the track, we can maybe see how far or how long it would take to get to Orlando. Maybe through the overnight, 2 a.m. Thursday it approaches. And it is moving quite quickly. It did pick up the pace. So I would expect landfall to be maybe in an hour or maybe 90 minutes.
Yeah, just around that 30 to an hour still time frame. We are still looking at that eye starting to move on. And like you said, Rachel, yeah, 24 kilometers per hour is the speed of the movement of this hurricane. It may not seem like it's very fast, but when you're taking a look at this, almost like a monster of a storm moving on shore, that is fast, and that is what is so scary.
Absolutely. Now, you guys both mentioned Orlando there, of course, and one of the big stories this week is when you see Disney World shutting their doors for a large storm like this. It just doesn't happen that often. So, of course, that was a big story that we saw here this week. And for a lot of Canadians who visit the South, who visit Florida, they also know about Waffle House. And there's something called the Waffle House Index, which allows, it's actually studied at universities, which allows people to rate sort of the intensity of the storm impact based on whether or not Waffle House closes their stores. And I actually saw in Florida multiple stores for restaurants for Waffle House were closing this week. So really a lot of preparation and preparedness were in place, despite the fact that this was such a rapidly developing storm.
And it's good that it did so, because initially the landfall was supposed to be overnight tonight, and here we are 7 p.m. Eastern time, anticipating landfall to be imminent. So this storm is ever changing. It did pick up its pace. The eye has continued to wobble. We are still anticipating that landfall will be in and around Sarasota. But another big takeaway of this is, even though it looks asymmetrical now, as that pushes onto shore, those winds are going to be wrapping around. So if you're kind of looking outside and seeing like things are calm, it's not going to be that way as we head into the overnight. Conditions are only going to get worse from here. here.
And you're looking at some of those peak wind gusts right now in Tampa. So a lot of people, fortunately, did evacuate. If there is still someone there, they're going to be experiencing that right now, even though Mark and Nathan are still just on the eastern or the southeastern end of this storm.
Absolutely, and something to really consider and take a look at here as we're looking at this shot of the radar. Just because you don't see anything there doesn't mean that you're not feeling those wind gusts. So you can't let your guard down as far as, you know, the actual scope of how large this storm really is.
Well, even to the south, that's where we're getting the onshore flow. So the winds are wrapping around this storm and they're pushing from the water to the land. So that's where we're going to be seeing the most surge. So although it doesn't look very scary on the radar picture here, that's actually going to be where we see the most flooding and impacts. And it looks like we have Mark and Nate back up.
Yeah, it looks like you guys have made a bit of a change here, right?
Yeah, we actually want to shoot back into sort of towards the downtown part of Sarasota. And I can tell you, as we came over here, the sky just kept blinking green, basically. And also, you can hear the roar. That was close. Dave had to basically grab the light just before it fell. But I don't know if you can hear that roar that's beginning now. Oh, seeing debris flying around. Yeah, a big recycling bin just went flying down the street here. I know you can't see because you're aimed up a little higher, but we're really starting to see a lot of debris starting to fly around the street right here. So Nate is getting the shot. I'm trying to show you and talk to what's going on. But I think you can hear I don't know if you can hear the bangs and the crashes from behind us. But definitely the stronger winds are now really starting to pick up.
Well, luckily we could actually see right between you two there a nice shot of some palm trees there. You really get an idea of the wind gusts that are coming through. And of course, they're making their way into that parking garage where you are there as well, where you do have some protection. So what we're seeing right there is you have some protection versus people down at the street level. If anyone was out and about, you don't have the protection. It's not a place that you want to be with this type of debris potentially flying around at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've experienced the street level debris flying in Adalia. I had basically had to jump over one of those recycling bins. This one, because it had the potential to be much stronger than that one, wanted to make sure that we were well above the surge, well above any debris flying around, and also to be well away from any power lines that could come down. It's something we do have to take into consideration. We have been seeing those power flashes. The power is still on, but if you're out there and you're close to a line that comes down, that's extraordinarily dangerous. So we're trying to take all the precautions we can and bring this to you to show you, the Sarasota region and the Tampa region and what the storm is doing.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Now
the green bin, I just saw it went from flying to floating. So the green bin flew down the middle of the street, and now it's just floating down because the road is flooded out here.
Absolutely. Now, tell me a little bit about, because you guys were up in Tampa this morning, the storm started to do a little bit of wobbling and you made your way down to Sarasota. That's not unusual, as you know, with storms like this. It is kind of a bit of a struggle when you're trying to find exactly where that eye wall is going to be coming onto shore. But this is a situation where it's so unprecedented that you don't really know what to expect. So you want to be a little bit safer than what, perhaps you are, or like a little bit more cautious than what you are without any sort of barometer to check this on.
Yeah, I mean, also, because it was coming through at night, you do have that added danger of not being able to see the debris. I don't want to be standing out in the street. I know there's some storm chasers that have gone down and sort of, driving around parts of it. Not sure that that's the best idea in something like this, but I don't know if you just heard there was just a deep roar, and I thought, uh-oh, here we go, and that's exactly what happened. We got that hammering wind behind us, and that is going to continue as this eye wall sort of sits on top of us. What may happen, and I suspect that the backside of this may be stronger than the front side. So the eye may come over top of us, and then we may get that backside, which could be stronger, similar to what we saw in Ian. I mean, it's just one of those things that I suspect at this point. We'll see what happens. I mean, this one is going to be going for quite a while.
Absolutely, and we're going to continue to bring you coverage as the storm moves on through. Now, let's head back over to Rachel and Rhythm, and let's talk about, you know, we're really focused on, you know, the wind aspect of the storm right now, but there's also the tornadic aspect of this. You can see you can start to get those spin out tornadoes within a system like this as well, correct?
Yeah, before we jump over to that, Michael, I just do want to highlight some of those winds. An area like Sarasota in the last 24 hours has seen wind gusts upwards of 124 kilometers per hour, and that is quite profound. Now, Rachel, I'm going to let you take this away. When it comes to some of that tornado risk, we've seen 135 tornado warnings through today alone. And
yeah, I mean, it was an ideal scenario because the outer bands of this storm pushed onto shore through the prime time during the afternoon when we have all of that daytime heating and ideal environmental conditions. It doesn't take much for a hurricane to produce tornadoes in those outer bands because they are very strong. Here's some visuals of what we've saw already in Florida, and this has caused devastating damage even away from where we're anticipating the eye wall to take place. So we're not talking about little tornadoes either. This is a full-on wedge tornado in Florida in the middle of October. We rarely see something that big, and like Rhythm mentioned, we've seen 133 warnings that have already been going out throughout this afternoon. Water spouts, even the Racine offshore, off the Florida coast, you can see here. This is very normal, but with this storm in particular, it had so much energy that a full-blown tornado outbreak was the story this afternoon and evening across the Florida Peninsula. And just want to add one more thing when we're talking about the winds. There is an extreme wind warning that has gone out for several counties in and around the Tampa Bay area. And what that means is to treat these winds as if it was a tornado. So do not go outside. Make sure that you're staying inside, you're staying in your shelter, you're staying in your safe room, or staying where you've already evacuated.
No, that is absolutely excellent advice. And, you know, we've been saying, you know, all afternoon is, you know, that window to act has now closed. You are hunkering down where you are, doing the best you can to stay safe and to weather the rest of this storm. Now, let's bring in Mark and Nate again. I just want to get a quick check and see what they're able. They're actually doing a little bit of a move there. And actually, this is actually a great point to bring up, though, as we're talking about the system moving through. We've talked a lot about the rapid intensification, and this was a really record breaker when it comes to the drop in pressure that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I want to talk about on Monday. Me and Rachel were both working, and we got in at 5 a.m. It was still a Category 2. And as the morning kept continuing, it fell down to, or rather went up to a Category 5. Now, when we are talking about some of the pressure, it went down to 897 millibars. That was the peak of its pressure. Obviously, it did not break any records. It was Wilma that still holds on to that old record of having the most amount of pressure dropping within a certain amount of period. But even with this rapid intensification, it was a mixture of that low shear environment, so you didn't have that much of that wind to really blow it out. On top of that, the Gulf of Mexico, and something we've been highlighting all throughout the summer, has been the fact that those temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico are well above seasonal, and that really gives us another hint at how intense some of these storms do get. And Rachel, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, that Monday shift that you're talking about, that Monday morning shift, it was something I probably will never forget. Just
oh, me too.
Everybody on Twitter, every meteorologist just absolutely mind blown at this storm. Meteorological perfection, but scary and so big. Have a look at this visual from outer space. I believe this is from the International Space Station, but wow. this storm was looking good at every angle, on radar, all the way up in outer space, on satellite. And again, it was something that I was just at the edge of my seat, seeing the pressure continue to drop, see the winds continue to climb. Luckily, it has weakened, and it will continue to do so as it pushes onto shore. But Milton is going to go down as the 5th strongest hurricane we've ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin in terms of pressure. So this is not one to take lightly. I want to stress that. Even though it's weakened, the storm surge is going to be incredible, especially for Fort Myers Beach and areas that are south of where the eye wall is. I'm already seeing reports that major storm surge is moving into Fort Myers, moving into Naples. It's only going to get worse from here in that onshore flow. The water doesn't care what category you are. So we already have that energy built up. And again, the National Hurricane Center anticipating 10 to 15 feet, which is about 3 to 4 meter high surge. So it's just going to be absolutely devastating for the region. I'm anticipating cleanup is going to be taking weeks with this one.
And I just want to add something on that point, Rachel. When we are talking about it weakening down to a Category 3, one of the hurricanes that we still talk about to the day was Katrina, and that actually did make landfall as a Category 3 as well. A lot of the time when we are talking about something about the category of this, we are taking a look at the pressure drop or the wind, but the devastation that comes from a storm surge, heavy rainfall, that can still be quite impactful, even if we're quote unquote saying that it's weakening down to a Category 3.
Well, Kat, if you just take a look at how the damage descriptions of each one of these, and when you use the word devastating when you're looking at a Category 3 storm, I think that really should drive home the potential of the impact that can have on devastating people's homes and their lives, for sure.
And then just coming back to that storm surge, 3 to 4 meters, which is around 10 to 15 feet, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be quite devastating. Even into the Tampa Bay region, 2 to 3 meters of storm surge, you're still looking at seeing upwards of 1-story buildings just completely flooded. And even when you get around 3 meters of storm surge, you're going to have those cars just floating, as well as it's way too late to even get out of there. So it is still going to be quite interesting to see how this plays.
I like this graphic because it shows you where Helene's surge was, because that was so memorable only a handful of days ago, and we're still seeing cleanup from that. And that was about 2 meters for the Tampa Bay region, but what's forecast is about 3 to 4. So we're going to be seeing even higher waves than anticipated because the landfall is much closer.
Absolutely. Now, I know we have a lot of Canadians at home watching this right now who have properties there, who are potentially snowbirders. And we had a chance earlier today to actually chat with one of those snowbirders to hear exactly what they were going through.
We're watching it very anxiously to see what happens. We've got webcams that we're watching.
John McKay and his family from Wolfville, Nova Scotia anxiously monitor their Florida home as Hurricane Milton approaches.
I think this is the 4th hurricane we've had since we've had our home down there for 13 or 14 years. 4th time we've installed the hurricane shutters, but this one is looking like it's going to be a direct hit.
Well, in Canada, all the McKays can do is hope their preparation was enough.
When we built the home, it was built to the hurricane standards. At this point, we're just waiting with bated breath to hope that it goes south or turns direction. Not to wish bad luck to anyone else, but inland enough where the surge won't be a problem, but it's going to be the wind. You know, these are record winds that we're going to receive, and I fully expect that we'll probably have some roof damage or pool cage. We'll have some screens blowing out or something like that, but those are all fixable.
In true Canadian spirit, John selflessly hopes for the best for Florida residents.
The only thing that we're fortunate that it's not our year-round home. So if it is damaged, you know, we can wait while other people get their year-round homes fixed up. We've got a flight booked for Monday if planes are working and running. The nice thing about Florida we've found in the past that getting work on the house has been very easy, but that's not when 10,000 other people wanting their roof repaired. So I expect we're going to have to wait or see what happens, but you know, we're optimistic that the damage will be minimal, so hopefully we can maybe deal with it ourselves when we get down.
Well, as you know, there's a lot of anxiety for a lot of people out there as they await to see what's going to happen, you know, to their homes in this region. So of course our heart goes out to everyone in that region as they wait for that, as we approach what is an imminent landfall here within potentially 90 minutes.
Yeah, the eye wall is starting to push on shore right now, and we're going to be continuing to track that here. But just taking a look at the radar real quick, I just want to show you a lot of those heavier rain bands may be further up towards Tampa. Oh, my apologies. Let me just fix this real quick. But
yeah, the heavy rain definitely north into Tampa. Yep. Again, going to be wrapping around. There's that eye wall brushing up to shore that Rhythm is showing. We still have to wait for the entire eye to make landfall in order to say that it has made landfall. So we'll probably be looking at around 8:30 by the time we get that kind of information.
Yeah, and when we are talking about the entire eye wall, a lot of the times the NHC or the National Hurricane Center do pick the center of the eye itself. So just taking a look from Sarasota where the center of the eye is, I would say approximately 32 kilometers, Rachel, would you agree?
About 30,
About 30 kilometers. So around, like Rachel said, that 8:30 time frame is when we're going to be taking a look at possible landfall.
Absolutely. Well, the thing about landfall too is we talk so much about where that's going to happen, but the impacts are not isolated to that. Of course, we talk about how intense the impacts are right at the eye wall, but the reality is, when you take a look, you see how widespread this storm is. It is a massive storm, so you're seeing those impacts just almost entirely across the entire peninsula of Florida at this point.
Yeah, from Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, even as far south, Naples seeing storm surge already. So this is going to be a storm that covers the entire peninsula of Florida. Obviously, impacts are going to be quite high when we're looking at this. The rainfall on the north edge of this storm, we've already seen significant amounts of rain, and Rhythm, we're looking at over 2, maybe 400 millimeters.
Absolutely. And with that as well, we have to talk about the wave heights, because a lot of the time we're talking about the wave heights on the western peninsula of Florida. But there's something that we have to remember as this pushes right across over Florida's entire state. We will be looking at some of those high wave heights on the opposite end of the peninsula as well, Rachel. So of course the wave heights are going to be higher where the hurricane is. So when we're talking about Sarasota, we can be looking at wave heights at 6 all the way up to possibly 12 meters. However, on the opposite end of that, you're still looking at around 4 to 5 meter height as that pressure continues to push further towards the east.
Now, one of the things that we think about with these systems is, right now we're so heavily focused on where that eye wall is going to come, but this is going to be continuing throughout the night. So Nate Coleman has joined us back again. They've repositioned a little bit to take us a little bit closer into the storm. So I want to head out to Nate so he can give us a nice walk around for what you're seeing right now on the ground in Sarasota.
Yes, we just came just under a cover here next to the parking garage. I wanted to show you these bins that have been flying down the middle of the street here when these big strong gusts pick up, and there's lots of palm trees down and some water covering the road in behind me here. So you can see really the strength of the wind has been blowing things down the street here.
So, and I can see some reflection of water behind you in the street there. What is that exactly? It's hard to tell with the darkness right there.
Yeah, the street is covered in water, so there has been some flooding over the street here, and there's a lot of debris actually just floating in the water as well. So it's getting pretty intense out here.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, stay safe out there. It's good to be able to see a ground level view of what's happening. We've been talking about this quite a bit, so it's good to be able to see what's going on there. So thank you guys for making that move there. So Rachel, Rhythm, let's talk a little bit about the impacts as we move throughout the night, where we're going to expect to see the timing of the storm landing, because I know there's a lot of anxious people across the peninsula.
Well, when we're talking about the landfall, once again, Michael, we are going to be taking a look at that in about, let's say, around 8:30. But through the overnight, that's when we can still continue to see it still at a hurricane level, dropping down to Category 1. That's when we'll see it moving just south of Orlando. Now, what's so interesting about this storm is that we're going to see that through the overnight. And as we head towards tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be down to a tropical storm and back out into sea. And with that, you know, some of the rainfall totals, like we are looking at, some of the heaviest rainfall for areas in Orlando is going to be through the overnight. And then it's going to be clear as we are heading towards the morning. Some light showers still lingering for areas like Orlando.
Mark, I want to, now that we have you back here, I want to, if you can just give us an idea of how far inland you are at your exact location right now.
I think we're about 100 meters inland. Not too far away from the water, but at the same time, not too close. We've been watching. I've been sort of running down to check the water levels down there to see if that surge is coming up. It has been a little bit. It hasn't been coming up as much as I suspected it might. We did think that there was going to be, a meter or more water here. I think that when we look where it's come on shore, that southern eye wall, those onshore winds a little further south down towards Punta Gorda, we're getting that offshore winds in Tampa, which means that the Tampa may have escaped the worst of it. Now, they are definitely getting some serious convective bands up there. But right here, we may be seeing the eye itself beginning to sort of make itself known. You'll notice it's getting kind of calm. A few minutes ago, we had these big bins flying around, and now they're just sort of sitting there ominously. So we may actually be in the eye of the storm itself. When I looked at the radar, I did see that other side of the eye wall, the back side of the eye wall, has got some really big convective bands building around there. So I suspect that we may see even a stronger side when that makes its way on shore. So after the eye comes on, that backside may have stronger winds, similar to what Ian was. Normally it's the other way around, but this one may be more similar to Ian than I was originally suspecting.
Absolutely, and that's, you bring up a key point there. Each one of these storms is different, but it's almost impossible not to compare, that experience. So, so far, walk me through what was your sort of anticipation or hesitation as you go into the storm of what you were expecting that might be a little different?
You know what? The biggest expectation or the biggest concern that I had was that surge coming into Tampa Bay. That is, and we said it, that it has such the potential to push all that water into the bay and Tampa to take a direct strike. That was what worried me. I mean, Tampa is a huge city. It's a well-known city to Canadians. I have neighbors of mine, literally my neighbors, asked me to check on their property that was just north of the city, right on the water. And I can, at this point, say, yeah, I think your place has survived, other than potentially branches and trees down. But the surge seems to be further down the coast, closer into Punta Gorda than it is up in Tampa, which is a fantastic thing. I'm very pleased that at this point we haven't seen that. Wow, we're definitely getting, so we're still seeing those quick gusts as the eye wall, or the eye itself. When I took a quick look at radar, it does seem to be almost like it's collapsing. So we may see some of those surprise gusts, and I can hear stuff sort of bouncing around behind me. So I just have to make sure that nothing's going to be flying through the air, and I don't need to be jumping over or dodging debris in the middle of the night.
Absolutely. Now, I can still see some lights behind you that are lit up. Now, do some places still have power right where you are, or do you think that's emergency lighting that has lit up from generators?
No, I actually honestly think that at this point we're seeing this is main power. I don't think the emergency lights would have the office buildings lit up. The office buildings here, there's a TV playing right here. So I think that the power has held here in downtown Sarasota. How that's going to do as it encounters the other side of the eye wall, we'll see what happens. Obviously we're going to see what happens. We're definitely going to be staying here for that. We're only going to be going back to Tampa once we know it's safe to move back up along I-75 back to our hotel tonight, and we can sort of assess what kind of damage. At this point, I'm sort of pleased to report that the damage we're seeing here in Sarasota is, from what we can see, and keep in mind this is a very small sliver of a much larger story, the damage seems to be minimal at this point.
And Rachel and Rhythm, so as we talk about the rotation of the storm on the backside, we're making our way, as we make our way into that eye wall, people have a tendency to want to go outside and experience an eye wall and, those kinds of things. But those situations can change very quickly as that backside of the eye wall moves onshore as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be seeing that convection kind of wrap back around. So even though you may be seeing calm conditions, which is typical in an eye wall where we don't see any sort of rain, that will change quite quickly. You can see the convection wrapping around in through Sarasota after landfall. So again, it's not something to take lightly. Although conditions may be looking calm where Mark is in Sarasota, they're definitely not as you look just north of Sarasota. Tampa, areas across Orlando seeing very significant rainfall. I'm seeing Fort Myers also has already over a meter of storm surge as of a few moments ago. Meanwhile, the surge is actually lower in Tampa because we're seeing offshore flow. But like I said, that's all going to change. Once we push onto shore, wind directions are going to change, your conditions are going to change overnight. So it's definitely a good idea to stay hunkered down because this storm is only going to be intensifying after it makes landfall with those wraparound winds.
And when we are talking about some of those winds, Rachel, I know we brought this up before, but I just want to re-highlight this, that there is an extreme wind warning currently in place for Tampa, Florida, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, and it is going to be quite dangerous with that, and you treat this like a tornado was approaching. These are not winds or a situation where you really want to get out and even try to be in that type of a place. Now, just a little bit of an update in the last 24 hours. We took a look back at this around 10 minutes ago, where the peak winds for Sarasota were just 124 kilometers an hour. Now we're up to 150 kilometers per hour.
And our power outage numbers increasing over 400,000. So Mark is definitely in the thick of it. We can see him there. That eye wall definitely approaching.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the eye. I mean, there's just no way else of describing it. Things have gone almost completely calm. I'm just gonna sort of turn around and you can sort of see the tree behind me is barely moving. There's a little bit of debris here. I actually saw a gentleman sort of walking through, literally talking to his phone, showing people what was going on. He was determined to get going, so I couldn't get him to come over and talk to us. But of course, the storm's going to make an absolute liar of me because, there's a gust right there. I mean, that does happen when you get into the eye itself, which is basically where we are right now. And you get this eerie calm. Now, if you go back many, many years, if you go back 100, 150 years, and Michael, I know you know about this one, the Galveston Gale, people didn't have the radar. They didn't have the tools that we have, satellite, and an understanding, a scientific understanding of what these storms can do. So in Galveston, we had everybody go rushing out in the middle of the storm to say, "Oh, it's over." Only it wasn't. It was only halfway through. And when the backside of the eye wall hit, there were potentially thousands of people that were killed by the surge and by the winds in that storm. So it's very quiet right now, but I think that's going to change. And the big question is, how strong is the other side of the eye wall going to be? And that's what we'll be watching and anticipating here in Sarasota.
Well, and the other unknown to that is, when is it going to make its way onshore as well? A lot of people, once they get into that eye wall, they think, okay, it's a little quiet now, I can go check on, my neighbor's house, or I can go check on my business, and they try to jump in the car and make their way, and then they end up caught in a very intense band that's moving on. So stay where you are if you are there, stay in place. now that you're in that eye wall, it is not smart to be out and about for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, we took that little bit of time, as the eye came on top of us, to move down onto the, just to move down to the street level to sort of show you what we're seeing right down here. I'm not worried about the surge at this point. We're far enough inland that it would take multiple meters of water to get to us here. So I'm not too concerned about that. What I will be concerned about is that flying debris later, because if power does go out when, if, and this is a big if, the other side of the eye wall may not be that strong. At this point, we're not sure. But the flying debris is going to be a problem. That's something I don't want to necessarily be dealing with at night. We won't be able to see it. But the winds will start to come from the opposite direction. Okay, one thing I do want to say, I just felt the temperature jump up a couple of degrees. That tells me we are absolutely in the eye at this point, because usually in the eye, it's warmer, it's humid, and that's exactly what I'm feeling right now. And I know that we did have flocks of birds in the eye. As the eye makes landfall, those birds will likely make landfall themselves. They'll likely land somewhere in this area to sort of allow the storm to go by. They often get deposited. I've seen it in other hurricanes where we suddenly see strange birds sitting there, and that's because they were circling in the eye, and just waiting for it to make landfall. So my mom, hi Mom, I know you're watching. She's been really interested in the wildlife. And that's just one of the stories. We've been seeing a lot of stories about the wildlife. How do they do in these storms? And those birds will probably finally be able to take a rest and sort of let the storm go by. And they may be in a new home today.
Absolutely. Now, talking about the eye wall and what we were seeing sort of on that northeast side, much more intense conditions up there. And that can really be an indication of the topography that we have, or the lack of topography really, that we have across Florida, right, Rachel and Rhythm?
Yeah, do you want to take this?
Yeah, there's not much of a difference between the water and the Florida Peninsula. A lot of Florida is near or at sea level, so we're not talking about any sort of mountainous terrain that can disrupt all the flow and convection of Hurricane Milton. And as you're talking, Mark, it does look like that eye wall is right, or that eye rather, is right over Sarasota. So all of what you're feeling is validated on the radar. I'm also getting a note from the National Hurricane Center. They just put out their 8 p.m. update that Milton is close to making landfall along the coast.
Yeah, and with that, we are still looking at some of those storm surge warnings, or rather storm surge being a big concern as this system continues to move further inland. More of the storm surge is going to be towards the central and the southwestern portions of Florida as you get that wraparound, Rachel, like you mentioned. And I just do want to highlight once again, when we are talking about how it's going to play out, that's your 8 p.m. update right there. So it does look like it's right off of Sarasota. The eye is going to be moving in. We can't confirm that the eye or it has made landfall just yet. We have to let the National Hurricane Center make that call, but through the radar it is clearing that out. And with it, we're still looking at some of those power outages, upwards of 420,000 currently. And as this hurricane pushes further inland, we do expect that to increase, especially through the overnight as well.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that the aftermath of the storm, the cleanup of these storms. This is an area that just this just went through this, of course, just a week and a half ago. So there's obviously already a lot of fatigue in this area, and just losing your power again just a week and a half later, obviously, is also incredibly impactful as well. Mark, I want to come out to you. Right now, it looks like you've got a little bit of wind picking up there around where you are.
Yeah, a little bit. We're just getting these gusty conditions. Those little gusts that sort of, wrap down, give us a little bit of wind, cool me down just a little bit, because, the suit is great, keeps me warm, or keeps me dry, but it does also keep me very warm. That is very typical in these eyes. If it was like a perfect hurricane, you'd look up and you'd see stars. But when I look up right now, It definitely just cloud. There's not much up there other than cloud. It'd be almost impossible. Like my eye can pick it up. The cameras just aren't that good to pick that up. But it's that eerie ominousness. And this is, if it is going to make landfall, I would guess it's going to make landfall right here, which is interesting because one of the things, Michael, we were talking about earlier, like our own experiences in hurricanes, and you've been in through so many of them. They tend, those storms have that tendency to turn right as they make landfall, and I think that's what this one has done as well. Because we were thinking in Sarasota that we would be far enough south that we would get that southern eye wall, and instead we're in the eye itself. And now the big question was, and this is one of the things that we were sort of toying with, was that northern eye wall, the part that's going through Tampa right now, even though it's an offshore flow, it could be really hitting Tampa right now with very, very strong winds, but not the surge, and the surge is the most destructive part of the storm. So I'm very happy for Tampa that they didn't have to deal with that, but they are having to endure hours of relentless wind and convection just to the north of us.
Well, now that you're in the eye wall, I want to ask you this because you did mention the winds that are in the eye wall. One of the things that I've noticed from my experience in covering these types of storms is, sometimes during the eye wall, you do have those smaller wind gusts, but they feel like they're coming from a different direction, and sometimes they almost feel like they're coming from above you. Right? So it's like it's a very interesting experience because you're used to being pushed from one side, but then all of a sudden it feels like sometimes it's coming down from above you. Do you have that same experience?
Yeah, you know what? It was really funny. You and I are thinking exactly alike, and I'm so sorry for you. You're right. I am feeling that it does feel like it's coming down from above, and it's just sort of like, yeah. I mean that. I was literally going to say that, and mention that it does feel like it's coming from a very, very different direction, up, not from side to side. But we'll see what happens when we get the other side of the eye wall. Because if we've had the winds coming from this direction on the one side of the eye wall, I expect that we're then going to see the winds coming down the street this way as we get to the other side. That means that all the debris that's sort of on the streets here, and thank goodness, there's not that much. All that debris is going to go flying the other way. This eye is taking a fairly long time to move past, which is interesting. I expected it was going to be a little bit faster, but I remember when we were in Ian in Punta Gorda, just south of us, we were out in the street, and Dave Hodge, cameraman, said, "Guys, I think we should be back under shelter." And we said, "Well, maybe." And then Dave insisted, and basically Dave was the hero that day because the backside of the eye wall was 3 times stronger than the other side. And that, I think, was the big shock. Is this going to be the same, or are we going to see a weaker eye wall on the other side? It's really hard to say at this point. I'm not seeing power flashes yet. I'm still seeing power on here. So I suspect that it may be equal to, but maybe not exceeding what we saw earlier.
Well, and one of the things that you have to consider is this has been an all-day event, essentially. We had some video earlier out of Fort Myers around noon today, and they were just getting hammered with some wind. And essentially, kind of what can happen in that sort of scenario is things kind of get loosened up before you get into the eye wall, and then the winds change direction, and things can start getting picked up and tossed around, sometimes even more on that backside. Has that been the same in your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. Ian again comes to mind. Even Adalia last year, or before. It sort of all blurs at this point. Yeah, I mean, you did have all that debris, and then you heard the real crashes and bangs when the other side of the eye wall came, when you had that opposite direction. And I've always often assumed that that's just because the debris is like lying on the ground and getting thrown around. But quite often, I remember in Michael, we heard the crashes and bangs, and when we got to the other side of where we were, the amount of destruction on the other side of the city was immense compared to where we were, and that was simply because both sides of the eye wall went through there, and I assume that it was getting that loosening effect, and then everything went flying.
Well, and while things are still calm right where you are right now, obviously that's not necessarily the case across the rest of Florida. Now let's take it over to Rachel and Rhythm and talk through some of the expected impacts that we will possibly see throughout this evening.
You know what, let's start off with the winds, because that's exactly what Mark was talking about. On the back end of this, as this officially, we get that official indication that it has made landfall. Of course, Mark does look like he is in the eye of it. We are going to see that change in wind direction. So a lot of those stronger winds wrapping around from that north-northeast direction into areas of Tampa, Sarasota. So you are still going to be looking at gusty winds as we're going into the overnight period. Now, a lot of those winds will play a factor into areas of Melbourne or on the eastern end of the Florida Peninsula heading into Thursday morning. But flash flooding is going to be one of the major concerns with this as well. We take a look at some of these totals going through areas of Tampa into Daytona Beach. We can be looking at upwards of 200 to 300 millimeters of rainfall. Now, I just want to show you this real quick before we move on. In the last 24 hours, we can finally put some of those rain bands that we've seen through the morning into just quantify them. And it looks like Tampa, Sarasota have already accumulated upwards of 100 millimeters of rain, 50 to 75. And a lot of that in the last 12 hours has fallen. So quite significant in terms of that. Now, one other thing before I throw it to you, Rachel, because I know you have a lot to add to this as well. As we take a look at the track, of course, it's going to be going down to a Category 1 through the overnight, but it is still going to be impacting some quite highly populated regions, so still going through the Tampa Bay region and into Orlando as well.
Yeah, and I think that the northwestern eye wall, where we're seeing all that significant rain outside of Tampa, it is offshore flow, which is great, but you can see just those deep reds and oranges in and around the Tampa region. Once this makes its way onto shore, those are going to continue to wrap around. I think that's going to bring in some of the most intense weather for the Sarasota region. And as well, we can't count out the surge along the entire coast that's south of where the eye does impact, because we're already seeing storm surge in and around Fort Myers around a meter, maybe just higher. So we're inching up, and that's only going to continue to increase overnight.
Well, and as you see, as it moves across, and out into the Atlantic, you're actually going to start experiencing along like the eastern side as well up into Georgia. They're going to start seeing on the coast in Georgia. They'll eventually start to see storm surge on the other side of the system, right?
Yeah. I believe that they did put some of the storm surge numbers as well from the National Hurricane Center on the other side of the storm.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. We're still obviously monitoring the situation out in Sarasota, where Nate Coleman has now joined us to give us the latest as far as what he's experiencing out there right now.
Yes, Michael, I'm used to these storms coming up to Nova Scotia, going post-tropical, being so widespread, but this is a new experience for me. It's just incredibly humid out here, and we saw such strong winds blowing not too long ago, if you've been watching the stream, and now here we are in the complete calm, not a breath of wind, and I'm sure it can pick up at any moment. But yeah, it's a bit of an eerie feeling out here. It's really a ghost town down here in downtown Sarasota. A lot of people heeded the evacuation, and but here we are, nice and calm for now.
So when you were out making preps for this, what compared to you, what was different from covering an Atlantic storm versus the preparations of a hurricane in Florida?
Well, it was pretty neat to see that aqua fence. I mean, we're used to, filling the sandbags and putting them up around properties, but definitely it was seeing that, new technology that was, almost about 12 feet. I'm 6'2". It was double my size. That was there to protect from the surge. So that was interesting to see, and really to see so many empty streets. I mean, a lot of hardy Nova Scotians tend to like to ride out the storm. I mean, they're weaker, but here people know just how strong these can be, and seeing that exodus outside, people leaving Tampa for this, getting further north and into moving up into other states just to get away from this because of the potential for damage here, was pretty incredible to witness, and it was a little bit different than what we generally would see up in Nova Scotia.
Absolutely. There's a lot of people who, call Florida home, and, there's a lot of anxious people out there watching right now, wondering what they're going to be, coming back to. And so, it is, you have to leave your family and you have to go into this potentially dangerous situation, to cover these storms. But the work that you guys do out in the field really helps put people's mind at ease as they're watching at home, so they can get a real sense of what is actually happening there on the ground where you are. So we appreciate both you and Mark being out there to cover this storm. Now, we've been talking potentially about a landfall coming at some point, and I know that Rachel and Rhythm are keeping a very close eye on that. So I just wanted to get a quick check-in with you on what's happening on the radar and what you're seeing there.
Just let me know.
So just taking a look at the radar, we're actually just waiting on an official report right now, Rachel, because we saw those visuals from Nathan, from Mark, how he is in the eye of the storm, and I don't think it's that far off. Or
no, it says that landfall is imminent. We'll probably give it another few moments, maybe in the next 10 minutes we'll get some sort of information from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll update as soon as we get it.
Well, the wait continues as Hurricane Milton, already a historic storm, approaches its landfall there in Sarasota. Now, of course, those impacts are going to be felt all across, the peninsula of Florida there. As you can see, there's lots of rain expected, looking upwards of, 200, 300, 400 millimeters of rain. And one of the keys to remember about this area is it just gets waterlogged real easy, because there's just really not a lot of places for this water to go, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's over many urban areas. Think about Tampa, Orlando, the booms, the development that we've had in the last maybe 5-10 years. So when you get that amount of water that hits concrete, hits buildings, it has nowhere to absorb. So that's why we're increasing our worries for urban flooding, flash flooding, if that. We're already seeing saturated grounds, Rhythm, and we're just going to get more on top of that.
yeah, with Milton, we can be expecting a lot of those urban flooding concerns all the way into Thursday as well. So areas like Orlando, Tampa, continuing to monitor both of those locations because of the storm track of this system. And I'm going to bring this graphic up again. Just those population hubs, you can really see those are the ones that you're going to have the most concern about having that flash flooding and just those flooding concerns as a whole.
Awesome. As we await landfall, I'm just going to step away here. Kim MacDonald is here to take over and get us throughout the rest of the evening. So we're going to continue your live coverage. It's been a privilege to cover Hurricane Milton with this team.
Thank you, Michael. And as you are stepping off, I do want to highlight one of the things that we were talking about was some of that storm surge. So, of course, we have the storm surge towards the western end of the peninsula, but even towards the eastern, Daytona Beach down to Melbourne, you can be looking at some of that storm surge as high as 1 to 1.5 meters. Now, with all of that mentioned, it's going to be the strong winds that play a key factor. But even if you are out on the water, you can be looking at wave heights as high as about 3 to 4 meters. So this is not just one of those storms that is going to be an overnight end and everything is going to be quiet by the end of it. By no means. We're still going to be looking at about a Category 1 hurricane going into the overnight. And as we're just taking a look at some of these updates, you're still looking at some of those wind gusts as high as 195 kilometers as it pushes further east-northeast across the Florida Peninsula.
Yeah, and it's likely we'll be seeing landfall shortly as Category 3 storm near Sarasota, and we're welcoming Kim MacDonald. Kim's back to help us cover the rest of what Milton has to offer.
Yeah, thanks guys, and thanks to Michael Vann for doing such a great job covering the storm up until this moment. I feel like the person who, just takes the torch the last second and lights the Olympic flame, because all the work has been done prior to this, but we know that Milton is just about to make landfall, and when it does so, a lot happens with that. So we're talking about the eye wall, those powerful winds, the calm within the eye of the storm, and then the winds on the back side of this. This is a storm that has come 2 weeks after another massive hurricane, Helene, barely time to clean up the mess there. A lot of people taking this storm particularly seriously for two reasons, because of Helene and because at one point it was a Category 5. Now, Nathan Coleman has been in Florida, has been interviewing people who were preparing to leave, those who had made decisions perhaps not to leave as well. But Nathan Coleman as well as Mark Robinson have been just really weathering this storm. And really, I think we're going to go to Nathan in just a moment here, who has been actually experiencing this firsthand. Nathan, I still see some lights on. I'm a little surprised with that because I would anticipate with winds in Sarasota at 150 kilometers per hour, we may have had more power outages.
Yes, well, and I mean, about an hour ago, we were seeing those flashes nonstop, and I wouldn't be standing out in this street because there was debris flying down, the palm trees were swaying, and you can see behind me the street is flooded over, but this isn't storm surge. This is freshwater flooding. But things have changed quite drastically now. It's calm out here, not windy at all, extremely humid. I don't even need this jacket on, but just keeping it on here so you can see me with the orange. But yeah, what a contrast that we've seen over the past hour.
One of the things that I learned today, which I didn't realize, was that lithium-ion batteries are highly flammable when mixed with salt water. So when we get these storm surges coming in, people may think their homes are safe, but if they have, say, a golf cart, or they have an electric vehicle, or maybe even a scooter, that these can catch on fire. They had 48 fires with Helene as a result of that salt water mixing with these batteries, and it's just something that we may not have thought about.
No, and I mean, that's why you have to be extra careful, especially living along the coast when you think about that storm surge, and you have products like that. It's very dangerous, and that's why so many people evacuated away from the coast for this, because of that threat of the storm surge coming in so far inland and such a high level.
As soon as those winds hit about 70 kilometers per hour, EMS were not going out. That would be the cutoff for them to be going to emergency. So they were telling people in these evacuation zones, if they hadn't left and they needed emergency services, it wasn't going to happen, because obviously it is not safe at that point for those rescue teams. So they have to wait until the storm subsides in order to get anywhere. And that was one of the big issues with this. Get out of the area, because if something happens, no one's going to come right away to rescue you. How has it been where you are, Nathan, as far as people being around?
Well, it has been an absolute ghost town here, Kim. People heeding the warning, because, even Sarasota police mentioned that over 45 miles per hour, they're not coming out. They're going to shelter in place. That's what the National Weather Service has been ordering, that people shelter in place. So people have been. We've seen, quite a few storm chasers out here driving around. But aside from that, yeah, it's pretty much empty in Sarasota.
That's good to hear. I'm going to go now over to Rhythm and Rachel Modesinto, who've been looking at this storm as it gets ever closer to landfall. What's the latest?
Well, we're still waiting on an official document, an official statement that it has made landfall. It does take a little bit of time. Of course, I'm sure they want to confirm, but when we are taking a look at the radar, what we can see as of right now is it looks like it's almost there, Rachel, right?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. There's a couple different things with this storm. Where Mark is, you see Sarasota, it's calm. You're in the eye. You don't have much going on. Just to the north, you're probably getting pelted by extreme heavy rains, gusty winds out in Tampa. They are offshore, so we're actually seeing some of the water kind of recede out of the bay, which is some good news, but we'll see some surge coming in once that does make landfall. And then towards the south, Fort Myers, Naples, the storm surge is growing. I just saw that Naples has officially topped what they saw during Hurricane Helene. So storm surge currently at over a meter and climbing. Same with Fort Myers. So those conditions are going to continue to deteriorate in terms of the water pushing immediately onto shore.
Okay, we're going to go and check in with Mark. Mark, you've been through several hurricanes, each one different, obviously, and maybe it's too soon to make a comparison to any, but is there anything that stands out with Milton for you at this point?
At this point, I think that what stands out for me is the length of time that we've been sort of sitting here in the absolute calm of the eye. I mean, I was thinking, you know, where's the hurricane? But unfortunately, the hurricane is right there, and just to the north. You know, we're seeing that eye wall sort of coming around towards us. You know, we're probably 20 or 30 kilometers south of where that convective band is sitting, but that whole thing is sort of curling around towards us. So I may be saying at this point, yeah, it's not that bad, but we may see that change quite quickly when it finally does come on top of us. And you know, we've seen the earlier you know, rain and wind, extreme winds over the harbor. We may see that again, except coming from the opposite direction. This one has one of the most. I see Rachel Modesinto just said. I'm keeping my phone in my hand, so she said we have landfall. So I'll throw it back to you. What is is that the official that it's now made landfall?
Yeah, we officially see that the National Hurricane Center says extremely dangerous Category 3 Hurricane Milton makes landfall, and we'll continue to update with all of the numbers. We're just going to take them and put them into our graphic system here so we can update everybody. But it does look like we have seen a landfall, and we're just going to get the exact numbers now from the report.
Okay, so
yeah,
there
I'm
we are.
I'm curious to see where it actually made landfall.
It looks like it says made landfall near Siesta Key in Sarasota County along the west coast of Florida.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so here we are. Milton has made landfall. You're in Sarasota, Mark. How's it feeling out there? It looks calm right now where you are.
Yeah, Kim, I apologize. I was just sort of taking a quick look at my map to see where Siesta Key is in relation to where we are. And Siesta Key is basically just over there, sort of just in that direction. We were sort of looking at Siesta Key earlier today. You could absolutely see it. We saw power flashes over top of that point. But Kim, I want to take you sort of behind me right here. I'm going to step away just a little bit so I can show you. Look how calm that water is right behind me. That is the freshwater flooding. That's not storm surge. That's just the rain that has been falling. And like, Kim, I cannot tell you how absolutely still everything is right now. And yet, if I just go quiet for a second, I don't think it'll pick it up on the mic, but I can hear a distant sound of wind. And I think that makes it so much more ominous. But this has got to be the exact center of the eye, like right now. Like there isn't even gusts. This is wild. Oh, there's a truck coming. I'm gonna have to move over just a little bit, Kim. Just people are sort of moving around a little bit. We are sort of standing out on the road. We don't want to be doing that if there's people moving through. We weren't expecting to see anybody, but there are a few guys that are coming through. Yeah, you guys stay safe. You guys locals? Yeah. You guys locals? Yeah. How's it? How's you guys? How you guys doing?
Great. We live right next door. Somewhere the eye of the storm is staying out.
Yeah. No.
Oh boy.
Have you guys seen worse than this, or is this like?
For sure.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
What do you think about this one?
I mean, it's a lot of news and people getting, scared, freaking out.
Yeah.
Going places, but
Yeah.
I mean, this is it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm glad you guys are safe. I mean,
Yeah.
I was really hoping that you guys, you weren't going to get hit with the winds that we saw in something like Ian.
No, there's some roof that came up like a little further down.
So there are roofs you've seen.
Oh
roofs
yeah.
that have
Yeah,
come
I got
off.
some of my video too.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
so there is. So there you go, Kim.
Are we in an eye right now?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is about the
it
center of
should
the
get
eye.
bad again.
Yeah, it basically just made landfall over Siesta Key. So
Oh,
yeah,
really?
yeah. So I'm glad you guys are safe
Siesta
though.
Key, let's go there because
Yeah.
that TV is out. So
Yeah.
I wanted to see what's going on.
Well, be careful. You got the other side of the eye wall coming. So
Yeah.
we don't know if it's gonna be stronger or not. So yeah, Kim. Yeah, you too. You stay safe. Thank you. So yeah, we know there's a few people moving around, as you can see. Just sort of checking out what's going on, and they seem okay. But I do hope that they do take the other side of the eye wall seriously. Now, the one gentleman was saying that he thought Helene was worse than this one so far.
Right.
Again, it's tough. It's very tough sometimes to predict these ones. We thought this one was going to go into Tampa Bay itself and drive that surge in. That hasn't happened. Thank goodness. I'm actually very, very pleased about that. Tampa Bay. The potential for a catastrophic destruction there is quite bad. But right now, absolutely still. But we are waiting on the other side of that eye wall to come through.
Well, sure. I mean, Tampa, 3 million plus people. Sarasota, about 60,000 population. Hopefully most of them not driving around in the middle of the eye. I can see why people would do that, especially if they've been through the stronger winds and the heaviest rain, and now everything seems deadly calm as you were mentioning, and now people are out driving around. I would never, suggest people do something like that, but you've seen this kind of thing, Mark, before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recommend doing that, but a lot of people are going to do what people want to do. I mean, the biggest danger, though, Kim, it is always with these storms is the storm surge. If you're outside of the storm surge, it's less dangerous. I'm not going to say it's not, highly dangerous. It's just that you can shelter from these storms if you've got a well-built house. If it's a house that's been built and with the latest construction, your house is probably going to be okay. That's a good place for you to be. If you're in that storm surge area, get out. I mean, there's just no getting around that. Now we're halfway through the storm, and yeah, we are seeing that the storm surge likely in this area probably going down. I might get a chance to check it out in a little bit. I mean, we still have power here. That's, I think, one of the more fascinating things that I thought we'd lose complete power. When I went through Ian in Punta Gorda, we lost power on the front side. The backside was so much stronger, but there was no power at that point. It was already going through with tremendous winds at that point. So this is what I potentially think might happen is those winds come on the backside. We may see quite a bit stronger winds. But again, each storm is extremely unique.
Yeah, and this storm is not over yet. What we saw with Helene was things got monumentally worse as the storm moved northwards into the Carolinas. This one not doing that. Different track moving across central Florida and out the other side, which is a better track, not great for central Florida as well. And Mark, Florida is a fairly flat state. So once these rivers start to overflow, we're talking about nowhere for that water to really go. And we've had about 6 months worth of rain in about a day. Yeah. So this is, in addition to storm surge, in addition to powerful winds, we've got that rain that started early in the day and has continued.
Yeah, I mean, Kim, when we were driving down here from Tampa down to Sarasota, one of the things that we did see was every ditch was full. Like every single one of them was absolutely full or to overflowing. Did talk to some locals who said, yeah, the amount of rain that has fallen has absolutely soaked the ground. So the water has nowhere to go. And so you're just sort of seeing that flash flooding that's happening all over the place. We were showing you that a few minutes ago when we were pointed sort of that direction down the street, and it was just this gigantic puddle right here. And that's just the freshwater flooding, and it's not going anywhere right now. I think because the sewers are blocked, not because the ground is saturated. But that often happens. You get debris clogging up the sewers, and then you do get that overflow flooding.
And it's hard to see at night as well. I'm going to check in now with Rachel and with Rhythm as to what you're seeing. Anything new as far as stats are concerned? We know this storm has already made landfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has already made landfall, and when we take a look at just the exact location and the time, so the wind gusts were all the way upwards of 205 kilometers per hour. Landfall happened at around 8:30, and we're generalizing within the Sarasota County, but nonetheless, I think Mark highlighted this really well, where it's like the wraparound. That's what we're going to be waiting for next. And Rachel is just actually taking a look at some of the footage and the images coming out of Tampa. Some places still do have some electricity and It is heavy rainfall, and we're looking at very, very gusty winds.
Yeah, it looks like the rain is falling sideways in the Tampa region. A lot of power outage numbers climbing as well. We're just near 700,000 as of, I guess, now, 8:40. And just some of the images coming out of Tampa, it does look like we are raining quite sideways. The winds are exceptional. Very different story as you head an hour south in Sarasota, where Mark is, where the landfall did occur, and also very different as you head farther south, where we're continuing to see storm surge climb. But I do have to shout out the city of Tampa for preparing the city for this. They did a great job ahead of time doing mandatory evacuations, closing down the airport as of Tuesday morning, not letting any planes in and out. So I think that will go a long way in the life-saving aspect with this storm.
Yeah, and places like Orlando too, and shutting down all the theme parks. That was a great idea. I know that Orlando will be impacted by this storm. I mean, this is a massive storm when it comes to actual size of it, never mind strength of it. So there's very few in Florida who won't feel it in some way. And we saw that even early in the day with the tornado warnings. It was a record amount of tornado warnings, over 130. And a lot of people don't realize that, yes, tornadoes can happen as a result of hurricanes, and we saw that early in the day, and not even close to the West Coast, down towards the southeastern areas of the state. So about 200 kilometers away is where they were seeing some tornadoes touching down. Just incredible stuff. Mark, you know about this as well, but this, I mean, just the sheer amount of tornadoes and tornado warnings in Florida had to be a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend of mine, Chris Kreidler, who lives in Rockledge near Cape Canaveral, and she had a tornado quite close to her house, and she's a storm chaser, so she knows what's going on there, and she said, "Woof, that was close." And some of the video that we've seen looked like supercell tornadoes in Tornado Alley. Or out in the prairies. Like, these did not look like tornadoes in convective bands of a hurricane. These look like full-on wedge tornadoes. That, I think, was one of the more surprising things for me, was to see that severe a tornado, that strong a tornado going across Florida. That may be, one of the big stories that comes out of this. Not so much the surge, but the tornado threat that spread right across Florida. And these storms, these tornadoes did considerable damage to some communities. I believe it was Fort Pierce did have a major tornado go through there.
Just to jump in here, sorry, Kim.
No, it's okay.
We did get a report that there have been multiple fatalities because of the tornadoes in St. Lucie County. So again, goes to show, I think Rhythm has some of the numbers of how many warnings we had.
We had over 135 warnings through today, and if we could just take a quick look at this graphic, this shows you where we saw those tornado warnings and then the watches that came out. And this was all along those bands as Milton had started to push on in. It's quite significant and quite tragic as well.
And we do still have tornado watches in effect for Tampa all the way through Orlando through the overnight.
Just incredible. So this was the tornado outlook from earlier in the day, and it seems strange, Mark, that we think of tornadoes as secondary to hurricanes. Obviously, tornadoes are can be equally as deadly. They're far more compact traditionally than a hurricane is. But just the fact that Florida has been hit 3 times this season, first Debbie, then Helene, now Milton, and we're talking about widespread tornadoes. I mean, just a terrible, terrible season for Florida in general.
Yeah, absolutely, Kim. One of the things that we said at the beginning of the season was we expected this to be a hyperactive season with tremendous numbers of hurricanes. We didn't see that. What we did see was, the season started off very early and with a bang. Cat 5. I mean, we just don't see them that, Cat 5 hurricanes that early, and then everything went quiet for a very long time. And then the hurricane suddenly started up just powerful hurricanes, but with very little time between when they formed and when they made landfall. So we saw that rapid intensification. In the case of Milton, we had explosive intensification with these storms. And when they made, we had very little time, but to the authority, sorry, I'm just listening. I think that might be a truck. It's like I keep hearing these different noises. I heard a dog barking. That's why I sort of turned around to see if there was people are walking their dogs right now. Got to get them out and get them, give them a pee before the other side of the storm hits. And I can hear the different noises sort of out in the darkness. And that's one of the things that makes these landfalls at night ominous. You can't tell exactly what's happening or where things are flying from or flying to. But yes, there was that ominous lull in the middle of the storm season, and then we seem to be having multiple hurricanes forming with very little warning down in the Gulf of Mexico instead of sort of out over near the coast of Africa.
Well, the Gulf is like a hot tub right now, and we're seeing these explosive intensification of these storms going from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in 49 hours. That was a record. That was Milton. And as you say, it doesn't give people a lot of time to prepare. A couple of days, that was it. And add to that the fact that people are still trying to recover from Helene. People had to take all of their belongings out of their homes after being flooded, put them all in front of their homes. All of that debris, including sometimes large appliances, were strewn around the roads or on people's lawns. And that was one of the real concerns with this, that because there was so much debris just sitting there from Helene, that it may be blown around again by Milton.
Yeah, I mean, we drove around Davis Island, which is in Tampa, and there was just piles of debris everywhere, and everybody had just evacuated out, which was the correct thing to do. Better to be out and be safe than be there and said, oh, it's not going to happen, and get caught by it. But a lot of people had started the renovations, started the cleanup from Helene, and then suddenly had to evacuate very quickly. I'm just checking my phone right here because I'm getting some texts and stuff from my friends over in Rockledge, and they're saying they keep getting tornado warnings there, and they're quite Chris is quite nervous. A couple of friends, another friend, Alethea, who are in Florida, and they're quite nervous of this constant tornado warning after tornado warning. Luckily, their experience, they know what a tornado warning is. They know what they're looking for. They know how to look at the radar. But there's a lot of local people that simply don't have that knowledge, and it's just got to be exhausting and stressful to just constantly have your phone, going off with that warning sound.
Yeah.
That just gets everybody's attention and just keeps happening. I'm really feeling for the people here in Florida.
And I think, for tornadoes, we say get to your basement. For hurricanes, we say get to the highest level of your home. What are people supposed to do when they have both happening at the same time? We have a question now. Let's bring that up.
So someone wants to know, how strong is the storm expected to be in Orlando? Now, with this, we are going to continue to be looking at the effects of the rainfall as well as those strong winds through the overnight. Now, through this evening into the overnight for Orlando, you're still going to be looking at those heavy bands of rainfall, especially that wrap around through the overnight period. As we're heading towards your Thursday morning, that's when you'll start to see a lot of those rain bands weaken. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the effects are over. You're still going to be taking a look at some gusty conditions through the overnight as well as this continues to push onshore. So in terms of some of those gusts, they are going to be more so gusty through the overnight, taking a look at gusts upwards of 100 kilometers per hour and then weakening as you're heading into and throughout your day on Thursday. And I just want to highlight, in terms of the rainfall, urban flash flooding, that's going to be one of the really big concerns for Orlando, just because it is a populated region. You have so many buildings there. I remember I was there a couple of years ago as well, and it is a big city. So when we are talking about some of those rainfall totals, we can still be expecting anywhere between 100 to possibly 200 millimeters of rainfall just around that Orlando region.
Yeah, that's going to be a real problem for some. I don't know how quickly they can get things cleaned up in Orlando. Obviously, you know, you think of places like Universal and Disney and all the people who go there. Canadians love to travel to Florida as well, so I can understand why there would be particular interest in Orlando. And here's another question. How much longer is Milton expected to maintain hurricane status?
Well, we are still, and this kind of goes hand in hand with the previous question as well, where Milton is expected to stay as a category or a hurricane through the overnight into our day Thursday, into Thursday afternoon. So through the overnight, still maintaining a lot of those hurricane force winds, going down to a category 1 as it just passes south of Orlando. But that wind field, you can kind of take a look at the impacts of that cone as well. You're still going to be facing a lot of those hurricane force winds across areas of Orlando, and it's going to push out into the Atlantic as we're heading into Thursday afternoon, dropping down to a tropical storm. So it is sticking around.
What I want to add is the hurricane force winds, the category 1 is in the range of 119 to 153 kilometers per hour. And with Milton in particular, we've noticed that it is asymmetrical. So to the south, it's a little bit calmer. That's going to change with some wraparound winds, but the northwestern eye wall, where you're seeing all that rain and gusty winds, that's going to be headed towards Orlando. So overnight, I think Orlando is going to be probably in the thick of it in terms of the heaviest rain, winds, and most impactful damages with this hurricane.
Yeah, you know, when we talk about categories in hurricanes, we're only taking into account the wind speed. We're not taking into account the amount of rain that's going to fall. We don't take into account storm surge and all of these other elements of a hurricane because wind, we can tell how much damage was done, how strong the hurricane is. It's an easier way to measure. But everything else that comes with a hurricane, we usually see it afterwards. So let's now go to Nathan Coleman, who's been riding out this storm, a stronger storm than you've ever lived through. I think, Nathan, it looks very calm right now. Obviously, you're still in the eye.
Yes, and you know, you can see some of the debris we're seeing here, some of the branches that came down here on the street. But yeah, it's pretty eerie here compared to the storms I'm used to covering in Atlantic Canada, to just have it drop off like this, and we're waiting for that back end of it for it to pick up again. But for now, it's just too humid. I had to take my jacket off, and here we are. There are some curious folks who did come out and start walking around to scope out the damage out here, and we're seeing a little bit of street flooding here in this area, but it'll be interesting to go out and see what's going on along the coast as well.
Looks fairly dry where you are too.
Yep, fairly dry, and you know, we still have the lights on as well here, so we didn't get too many power outages right in this location in Sarasota, but across the state, quite a few in Florida.
Yeah, that's incredible considering some of the wind gusts that we've seen in Sarasota with this storm. I know at least 150K was clocked at one point, so to keep the lights on, I'm thinking a lot of people will be very relieved with that, because sometimes with the damage and the power outages, Nathan, you know this, that it could be days before people get their power back, and if they have chosen to stay and they don't have a generator, that can be very scary.
Well, exactly, and you know, we came down loaded with batteries, you know, flashlights. We have enough energy to last us for 72 hours here just in our van, but you know, it could be a long while before the power gets restored. There's a crew from Nova Scotia Power that has staged down here already, and we have seen quite a few power trucks to get right on it, but I mean, what a long haul for them as well. They've been putting it back on for Helene and didn't get much of a break before they have to get back to work.
Yeah, kudos to all of those workers working so hard. I know they're going to bring in 9,000 members of the National Guard after the storm is over to help with whatever needs to be helped, whether it's people or infrastructure. 6,000 from Florida, 3,000 from outside of the state. You know, they were as prepared as they could be for this storm. And Nathan, I think when you get hit time and again, and especially so recently, you have a better understanding of how much preparation you need to do.
Exactly. And,
what is that sound I'm hearing?
Here.
Is it music?
There's music playing. There's music playing out of a speaker of one of the buildings here, so power definitely on. But one of the things that was a challenge I was going to mention is it has been the gas shortages. It's been difficult to find a gas station where you can fill up at, and Florida actually had some state troopers that were escorting the trucks to allow them to get back to fill up some of those pumps because people need it, and we're going to have to fill ours up too as we head back to our hotel in Tampa.
Yeah, that's the thing that some people forget, right? People trying to get out, if they didn't fill up early, they may have a real problem. And I think a lot of people were afraid of being trapped on a highway somewhere. 1,700 gas stations without gas Wednesday morning. So, and that was the last, the last minute, the last ditch attempt to get out, to evacuate. After a certain point, people were told to stay in place wherever they were because it was just going to be too dangerous. But a lack of gas becomes a real problem with storms like these, and even for people returning. I don't know how far they would have to go to get gasoline, but you guys are safe, right, Nathan? You have enough to get to your hotel, etc.
Yeah, we have enough, and we know some other people with some in the area as well if we needed to call them, but we should be good to get back to Tampa.
Okay, good. And Rachel and Rhythm, when I'm looking at Tampa right now on the radar, it looks like they're getting a tremendous amount of rain in that city.
Oh, you got that right, Kim. When we are taking a look at radar, you can kind of see those rain bands, those deep reds. That really shows you how much rainfall they are going to continue to see through the next hour or more as the system continues to push further towards that east-northeast. And with this as well, Rachel, we've been taking a look a lot at those power outage numbers as well. And this is quite significant. You almost have close to 800,000 people without power.
Yeah, and a lot of those folks are the ones that were experiencing the tornado outbreak down by Port St. Lucie, where we did see confirmation of multiple fatalities, unfortunately. But the numbers have been climbing north of where Nathan and Mark are, so in the Tampa region and surrounding counties, because that northwestern eye wall is probably some of the strongest elements of this storm. So Tampa is definitely getting hammered. Luckily, the flow is offshore or off the land, so we're not going to be looking at the surge until this makes its way further onto shore for Tampa. But the surge has been climbing exceptionally in and around the Fort Myers region, Naples, Venice. I was also looking at Punta Gorda. We're talking about over a meter already of storm surge, so that is continuing to climb quite quickly now as that flow has been continuing to push onto shore.
Yeah, a lot of these things we won't really know about until the light of day and we see what has happened. Do we have another question?
That we do. So just a question, are tornadoes common ahead of hurricanes, or is it generally the case with a strong storm only?
I think with this one, tornadoes are common within hurricanes, especially the bands of thunderstorms. The outer bands of thunderstorms that usually cause tornadoes across regions just like this, across the entire Florida peninsula. With a hurricane, they do make very strong thunderstorms, and that's what we can see happen throughout this afternoon. Water spouts as well off the coast. With that rotation, there's tremendous amount of energy associated with that. So that is a common sight with hurricanes, but with Milton in particular, the tornado outbreak was exceptional. We're not used to seeing so many storms, so many warnings, and also so many strong tornadoes. It just goes to show how strong this hurricane, how much energy it's pushing onto shore.
And when we're taking a look at it, we've had over 135 tornado warnings just today. Mark was just talking about someone that he was just chatting with as well, and they are still ongoing as well. So it's definitely terrifying.
Yeah, the thing is, we have the winds and different levels of the atmosphere in a hurricane all going the same direction, but once it hits topography, once it hits land, there's some friction there and things change, and that's when we start to see tornadoes versus hurricanes. We're going to go out to Mark Robinson in Sarasota right now. Mark, you've got something to report.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting, I'm going to pull my out here just for a second, but I'm hearing what might be wind roar, we're not quite sure, or it could be trucks moving around. It's just so quiet and ominous, and I'm sort of shocked how long it's been quiet and ominous. I expected this to be moving quite a bit faster, and we were going to be into that other side of the eye wall. But Kim, I can tell you, I'm wearing my usual dry suit, but I am sweating so hard in this, it's no longer a dry suit. I'm a little afraid to open it up because of what it might smell like. But yeah, I mean, that is so typical of being inside the eye of the storm. Absolutely humid, absolutely still. And it's funny, I've had a few friends of mine sending me notes, including my sister-in-law. And just while things are not crazy, she said, I have to give a shout out to Platoon Bravo. It's the police that she works with in Cambridge. So there you go, Amanda, just for you. Now, to get back to the storm, we are watching this. I am checking the radar right here. We're so close to the other side of the eye wall, but it's just not quite moving towards us. When I look at this, I see the convection just in Bradenton, St. Pete's, in Tampa. Yeah, I mean, our hotel back in Tampa is just, I'm sure, just being absolutely soaked with rain right now. And the funny thing is one of the reasons we came down to Sarasota was to document the strongest part of the storm, to get that storm surge. And this one decided to mess with us. If we'd stayed in Tampa, we wouldn't have seen any of the surge, but we'd be under just constant wind up there. Again, offshore, not as strong. But here, we were literally at landfall in the eye when it came there. Oh, Kim, literally just as we're talking there, the wind just picked up. I mean, just the ever so slightest pickup. I mean, I'm just gonna pick this up for a second. This is a palm frond. These things move in just the slightest wind, and you can kind of see right there, just a little bit of wind. I'm holding it very still. Maybe to see the touch of wind. Now I know we're down to using palm fronds to check the wind, but it is a little bit ominous in that other side of the eye wall may finally be making its way towards us now.
Yeah, I mean, while you were talking about the wind, we brought up a graphic showing some of the numbers. Sarasota seeing the highest gust as far as what we can, record, 150K, but Tampa over 130 kilometers per hour, Tampa Bay 131 kilometer per hour wind. There we are. Port Charlotte 128 kilometer per hour gusts. So these were the strongest gusts we've seen in the last 24 hours. And yes, if you're on the backside of this eye wall or this eye, then perhaps the winds will be picking up there shortly. But yes, as you say, it's been very quiet for a long time, and we're looking at the radar right now.
Kim, just like literally, I was taking a look again on here. One of our meteorologists, Michael Carter, just said his one text to us was, big wall of wind coming. And literally as we're talking, look behind us. I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but we are seeing an increase in the wind very quickly. It went from nothing to slightly breezy, but in about 14 seconds.
Okay, Mark, put your helmet on.
If that continues to ramp up at that speed. Yeah, I mean, if it continues to ramp up at that speed, we're going to need to get off the street and move back into our parking garage, because we're going to see that shift of the wind start to come likely down this way down the street. Before it was coming this way, now likely moving that way. And when Michael Vann and I were talking about earlier, one of the issues that we can see here is that a lot of the wind has loosened things. It sort of caught the edges of, caught the branches that were slightly weakened and weakened them just a little bit more. And then when we get the other side of the eye wall, that may finally rip those things off. So we may see flying debris, more flying debris, just because of how the earlier wind has loosened things up. Now, we can't say for sure that the other side of the eye wall is going to be as strong or stronger. Most of the time it's a little bit weaker, but I think it is now arriving. Now, unlike...
Okay, get your helmet on, Mark.
Guys, we got to go. Oh, geez. Yep, I just had something land on me. Okay. Kim, we're going to go in right now. So,
yes,
yeah,
please.
there's I'm gonna have to go grab the helmet, but I just had a palm tree, like a palm frond, land on top of me. So yeah, definitely Milton's just giving us a bit of a warning, basically saying, here I come. And so you've got a few minutes to get into shelter. We're probably gonna pull back under here and just make sure that we're gonna be okay, because man, it's gonna ramp up very quickly. I was just about to say, just before that happened, one of the issues with this side of the eye wall is we go from 0 to 100 very, very quickly, whereas when the storm came in, it took a very long time to ramp up to the speeds that we saw when the eye wall came through. This time, it goes from very still to very fast, very quickly.
Yeah, and it's the debris that's on the roads that we're concerned about. Obviously, this is the second punch. So the first stuff is already on the ground, as you were mentioning. Now things are going to fly around once more. This is why everybody here behind the scenes is saying Mark needs to get his helmet on, because the last thing you want is to get injured because of flying debris. And we've seen already some pretty substantial wind gusts in this area, with the first part of the storm moving through. Now as the second part moves through on the other side of the eye, we're expecting winds to be substantial once more. This is a look at the numbers that we've already seen. Sarasota, where Mark is, 150K there, 131 in Tampa, 128 in Port Charles. So there we go. We're talking about not only obviously this very gusty wind, but we've seen some very heavy rain with this, as well as storm surge too. This storm is a long way from over. I know both Rhythm and Rachel have been looking at this storm for hours now. What is the latest? Any changes that you're noticing?
Well, the biggest change is exactly what Mark's experiencing, that second burst of Milton starting to push on in, that northwestern end of the eye starting to push in. So I just kind of want to highlight Sarasota right now. You do see a lot of that heavier rain up towards Tampa, but this is the region right here that we're going to start to see all of those strong winds pushing into Sarasota. So Rachel, I'm going to throw this to you. You have the radar open when it comes to some of those winds, and it's quite significant what we're about to see in the next, I want to say about 30 minutes or so, as that gust really starts to push into this region where Mark is.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at some of the gusts there, just offshore still, but we are going to be experiencing some pretty substantial winds, like we said, as they're wrapping around. Although not a lot of rainfall may be associated with this, the winds are definitely going to be picking up, and that is also going to help to push some of that water offshore now onshore. So conditions definitely changing. I know a lot of people may be thinking, let me go walk my dog. We'll get inside now, because we are going to be looking at that wraparound effect. I will try to get some of these wind gust values here.
But as Rachel's doing that, just want to highlight, we are looking at, even though this graphic does say around 780, in terms of power outages, we have climbed up to 800,000 power outages across areas of Florida, and that's just going to increase through the overnight.
Yeah, and some of the winds that are just offshore are over 100 kilometers per hour. So we will see that kind of ripple down a little bit farther south in Sarasota.
Speaking of 800,000, there was 800,000 insurance claims with Ian. They suspect there could be a similar number with Milton. I think the fact that it went south of Tampa, didn't hit that city with 3 million plus people, is a good thing. Perhaps the numbers will be a little bit lower as a result of that. But the problem in Florida is that a lot of insurance companies have pulled out, and they will not insure people who live there because of this kind of a hurricane season, not just the hurricanes, but certainly the tornadoes as well. So people really don't have a lot of options. They can't actually get insurance. And then when something like this happens, it could be catastrophic. So that's why a lot of people will then rely on government aid, because they just can't get home insurance.
And just on that note, Kim, I do want to highlight with Milton, this is the 5th U.S. Gulf Coast hurricane landfall just this year. We saw Beryl, Debbie, Francine, Helene, and now Milton. So it kind of, it's absolutely terrible, but I can see that aspect of it as well.
Yeah, it's happening more and more in different states, in California too, for example, for different reasons, earthquakes, etc., fires. You know, we talk about climate change. We look at a storm like this. We see how warm the waters in the Gulf are. Rachel, we've seen time and again this season these storms that explode from tropical storms or from, category 1s to category 5s. We used to call this a rare event, and now it seems to be more and more common.
Yeah, it seems to be the norm, tracking these storms just explosively developing. We knew that Beryl was going to be a strong storm, but we didn't know how fast it was going to develop. And honestly, it was at some of the upper levels of our air and water interactions I think I've ever seen. And as a meteorologist, I'm just absolutely fascinated by how quickly it boomed, how much energy it had, and that goes to show it when storms like this get that window of opportunity, they take it, and that's just what's the cause of a changing climate, warmer waters. Lots more moisture in the atmosphere as well. We're seeing already substantial flooding ongoing in Tampa, will continue in Orlando. And I do want to point out, we were talking about those 5 landfalling hurricanes in the Gulf, and typically those mean impacts to us here at home in Canada. That wasn't the case with the past 2 with Helene and Francine, because they did stall out over the states, and it's not going to be the case with Milton. This will continue to push towards the east, so making its way across the Atlantic, across Florida's peninsula, and then into the Atlantic. So not looking at any Canadian impacts for those worrying at home.
Yeah, I mean, this must be a huge relief for those in the Carolinas who suffered so badly from Helene. We had over 200 fatalities as a result of that storm, that flooding that was unprecedented, 800, 900 millimeters of rain in an area that was quite mountainous. Just terrible. If there's any upside, I'm glad this is taking a completely different route and going out to sea rather than having more impacts like exactly what Helene did. So as we say, these storms, you may have 3 storms hit Florida, but they all may have a whole different trajectory.
Yeah, and this one, luckily, is not taking that similar trajectory as Helene, like you mentioned, with the heaviest rain not spanning over 5 states and not going over mountainous terrain, though it is going to be going over highly populated areas of Florida, Tampa, Orlando, Daytona Beach. Even those dark blues that you see there, those are pretty populated regions. Fort Myers also dealing with substantial surge. I think we cannot count out the surge that is ongoing. I'm seeing that Tampa has received over near 130 millimeters of rain already. More is to come. Surge numbers are increasing over 1.5 meters from Fort Myers down to Naples. So, and these are areas that already experienced surge with Helene. So cleanup was still underway. We're getting another surge. This one's even higher for these regions. So cleanup is going to be substantially delayed.
Absolutely. And then when we're taking a look at those last 12 hours in terms of the rainfall, you see Tampa, you see Sarasota, you've already seen so much rain. You're looking at upwards of 100 millimeters of rain. And we're really going to continue to monitor this through the overnight as well, as that second band really starts to push on in. The rainfall is not really going to end for areas like Tampa until we head towards that morning on Thursday. But Orlando, that's going to be the next place to really watch with some of these larger impacts.
I was in Fort Myers many years ago, and there were homes that were built on the beach, and all of these homes were on stilts, and that's how people had their homes in Fort Myers. It makes a whole lot of sense. It doesn't help a ton when you have winds that are over 200 kilometers per hour necessarily. It does help with flooding and storm surge. I thought it looked so unusual back then, but obviously that's what you have to do when it makes, when you want to live on the coast. We're going to take a look at some video from tornado damage from earlier in St. Louis. Lucy, you were mentioning that there have been a number of fatalities. I know I heard earlier in the day that there were no reports of fatalities. I'm sad to hear that that has changed, but we can see that there's a lot of destruction here as a result. And, a lot of people don't realize that the outer bands of hurricanes can often trigger tornadoes. Hurricanes themselves can trigger tornadoes, and that's what we've seen across Florida. In fact, a record number of warnings today.
And that's going to be another aspect that goes into the cleanup and the claims across Florida as well. 135 tornado warnings today. There are still watches out for areas just towards the north where some of those bands are going through. So for Orlando and Fort Pierce. And it's absolutely terrifying, Rachel, when we talk about tornadoes through the overnight. You know, here in Canada, we don't necessarily see a lot of that. But for areas across the central U.S., this is one of those sites. And it's even scarier with the hurricane.
Yeah, when you get this juicy atmosphere and you get all the energy that's coming from a previous Cat 5 hurricane, the visuals of the tornadoes, a wedge tornado is just absolutely incredible to see. It was quite devastating. And like you were mentioning, Rhythm, it is something very common with hurricanes to spin these up. They have a lot of spin associated with them, especially in those outer bands. And quite scary at night. Orlando down to Fort Pierce still in tornado watches through the overnight, and it makes it quite dangerous because you can't see them coming, right?
Exactly.
They do happen at night in the pure dark, so it's definitely a very scary situation, even for folks that are well away from the eye wall.
And I know, like, there's been a lot of people who have lost power. We were talking about that number, 800,000. In some cases, people don't have cell service, so they're not even going to get the warnings. Now, hopefully, the farther away from the actual hurricane, the better the chances of them having power or cell service. But that becomes scary too when people can't get their information.
Now, with that, Kim, Rachel, how many power outages?
It just climbed to over 1 million just now, and that is now including a lot from the counties of Manatee, Sarasota. So you can kind of see that it was kind of sitting right around that Tampa region and those Tampa counties, but it has shifted farther to the south with the amount of power outages climbing. So now officially over 1.1 million customers without power across the Florida Peninsula, and some of that does include the tornadoes that did occur earlier. Port St. Lucie, you see there, that was on the east side, did see a big tornado go through with multiple fatalities, as we were mentioning, and power outage numbers still ongoing there.
And with that, Rachel, you know, we have been talking about that western end of the hurricane pushing on in. And when we take a look at some of those wind gusts as we're going through this evening into the overnight, we're going to be taking a look at more of those winds still coming on shore. So we are definitely going to be looking at some of those power outages climbing widespread across Florida.
And it looks like we have Nate here, Kim.
Yes, we do. Nathan's looking a little darker there where you are, but I don't know that you've lost power. What are the winds like now?
They are picking up, Kim. We still do have the power here, but you know, you've been watching us out, just remarking how calm and humid it was. But now we've got the rain coming back down, and the winds, the palm trees are swaying again. And Mark is just out. He's heading towards the marina because he has heard that there's a surge coming in now. So he's going to scout that out for us, that location, and just see how much surge is coming in. He has some friends who have been monitoring the situation down along the coast there. So that is concerning, of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm glad there is a community of storm chasers down there. They give each other information, and I think you all keep each other safe, which is good news. I mean, I don't know that I love the idea of him going down closer to the storm surge. Nathan, you know how I am. I want everybody to be safe out there. But storm surge was what we were talking about the most with this storm. It's not going to be as catastrophic as we thought for Tampa, it looks like, because the storm passed a little farther south. But Nathan, that doesn't mean that people aren't going to experience it. We've already seen numbers around the 1 meter mark.
Yes, and you know, they're still reeling from Helene. We were down there, there were two boats and one large sailboat that was, you know, half into the waters, just hanging on there. So any additional storm surge is going to, you know, further damage the infrastructure that was already weakened by Helene. So it will be interesting to see once we get the light of day as well. Of course, we've been in this one specific area just to see how widespread the damage was, because we did have some very powerful gusts, and we've been remarking it is quite unusual that there is still so much power in this area right here, because across Florida those numbers are continuing to climb.
Well, there must be something about the infrastructure in Sarasota to keep the lights on. You know, kudos to them. I know there would be a lot of hotels and things with generators anticipating something like this. These storms aren't completely unusual. Obviously, we never know where exactly they're going to hit, but I think in Florida, they know that these kinds of storms happen, and I think a lot of people do have generators as a result, which is good news, Nathan. So throughout this whole experience for you, what stands out? What have you noticed as somebody who has endured many storms, both in winter and in summer, in the Maritimes and Newfoundland? How does this compare?
Oh, it's a unique experience for me, having covered so many storms at a different latitude up in Nova Scotia, because we see them come up and get extra tropical, and they're widespread, they're very fast moving. But here, you know, it ramped up. I was expecting it to continue, of course, and until we reach the eye. But once you're in that eye, it's amazing how it just drops off. And, you know, our camera operator, David Hodge, and of course, Mark were saying, just wait for it, it's going to pick back up. And just like clockwork, here we are again on the other side of the storm. So that's a unique experience for me, being down here covering a storm. And this is the highest category I've ever seen, a Category 3, making landfall, and here I am in the middle of it.
Yeah, just incredible. I know we've had some strong storms in Nova Scotia, Category 2, but you don't often have the eye moving across. So yes, I can see how that would be a little bit different. I'm going to check in now with meteorologists Rhythm and Rachel on this storm. It's really maintaining its strength.
It is starting to weaken. However, Kim, I want to highlight some of this. In the last 6 hours, Tampa International Airport has seen 122 millimeters of rain. These are some of those radar estimated rainfall accumulations. Sarasota down towards 55, Lakeland at 91, and Orlando at 70 millimeters. Now, when we are talking about it's maintaining its strength, it is still looking at a Category 3 as of right now. It's going to be through the overnight as it pushes further inland that it drops down to a Category 1.
Yeah, but you can't really only look at the center of this storm, because as it weakens, it's going to expand, and we're going to be anticipating tropical force winds expanding over 600 kilometers across Florida, all the way from Jacksonville down to just north of Miami. So the extent of this storm is going to be quite widespread, but the most intense is going to be in and around the eye wall, especially I think in the northwestern section that's going to be headed towards Orlando. But now we're seeing that wind change because the eye has made landfall. Now those winds are going to be wrapping around, changing wind direction and increasing. Offshore, we're still seeing wind gusts around 100 kilometers per hour heading towards Sarasota or just north. And that does validate with our power outage numbers that continue to climb over 1.1 million currently.
And I just want to highlight one thing. We saw for the last hour, 2 hours, a lot of that heavy rainfall over Tampa. It does starting to look like it is starting to push further towards the east-northeast, which is a little bit of good news. But again, that wraparound, we're still going to be taking a look at a lot of that rain through the overnight as well.
You know, I saw a few people who had stayed behind. Sometimes we judge people who stay, and we're saying, okay, there are evacuation orders, you need to get out, this is a dangerous hurricane. I've seen a lot of people who don't leave just because they don't have the means to leave. But the people that I was watching being interviewed today had businesses where they had multiple properties, or they had a tourist type of business where they had multiple boats, and they didn't want to leave because of that, and they were already worried about losing so much after Helene, and then I guess the fear was losing what was left. And I mean, I can't blame people for this because it's their livelihoods, it's how they make a living. But as we say, as communicators, as meteorologists, I mean, life is the most important thing. That's what people should be concerned about. That's why evacuation orders are issued. And it also puts other people in jeopardy, those who are in emergency services, for example, who have to go and then, rescue these people who have stayed behind. And I'm hoping, because these people have lived through likely many a tropical storm or hurricane, they knew what to do to stay safe, but it always makes me very worried.
Yeah, absolutely. I can agree with you. And then even just with the situation of the tornadoes through the day today, it's just one of those situations where you can empathize, you can sympathize with them, and that's quite it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't anticipate the tornado aspect of this. They say they can ride out a storm if they know what's happening, how it's moving. These are big lumbering storms, these hurricanes. They're fairly easy to predict. We see them happening in advance. Tornadoes are a whole different animal.
Absolutely, and we still have those tornado watches out in Orlando and Fort Pierce. Rachel, do you want to add just with that comment of the tornadoes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we will continue to see that through the overnight as this continues to push. I mean, what an outbreak we had this afternoon. Again, this is not a visual you typically see in South Florida for October, but it just goes to show how much energy Milton had and caused extensive damage out ahead of the eye. I'm just also seeing reports of significant amounts of rainfall in St. Petersburg in just 1 hour, just going to convert inches to millimeters here. In 1 hour, looking like over 120 millimeters of rain, and that's just in and around the Tampa Bay region. We're also seeing storm surge now increasing in the Sarasota region, all the way down. You see Venice there, even south to Naples. Storm surge is already crested over a meter. 2, 3, not out of the question as we head throughout the overnight. That is going to continue to push a lot of water onto shore, a lot of sand as well. So, I mean, you can have a preparation for the wind, you can have a preparation for the rain, but it's very hard to escape the ocean.
Yeah, that's powerful stuff. When that storm surge moves in, it's strong, it is coming in fast and fierce. And if you don't have a home that is more than one story, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And a lot of people were dealing with the storm surge from Helene. They had to empty out their homes, take out all of the items that had flooded and were now destroyed. You have to take them out because they get moldy, etc. For many people, that debris hadn't been picked up yet. Crews were supposed to pick them up in certain cities. Some didn't get to it yet. And as a result, they're dealing with all of that sitting outside in front of their homes. The concern was the winds that could possibly blow this debris around, make the situation worse. And then you get round 2 of storm surge. And, I don't know how these people can go back time and again, and especially in a situation where we have a hurricane 2 weeks apart. Two hurricanes 2 weeks apart.
And Kim, when we are talking about some of the storm surge, we also have to look at the eastern portion of the peninsula as well. Because as the system makes its way across the peninsula of Florida, we're still going to be looking at it at about a category 1 through the overnight, and then a tropical storm as we're heading into our day on Thursday. So with that, we can still be taking a look at some of those wave heights as high as about 3 to 4 meters for areas like Daytona Beach. But also with that, the storm surge is still going to be is going to have an effect towards the east as well. So definitely going to continue to monitor this right throughout the afternoon. But even into tomorrow, the storm is really not letting up.
Yeah, a lot of people in Florida are going to be impacted by this. It's a massive storm. It doubled in size in 24 hours. We saw how strong it got, thankfully weakening before making its way on shore. We anticipated that it would likely be a 3 when it made landfall, which it was, but the fact that it got up to a 5 so quickly was record-breaking.
Yeah, I mean, going from a tropical depression, so just a cluster of storms that's given a name, to the highest category that we can give a hurricane in just over 2 days is quite something. The drop in pressure for just a couple hours apart was quite something. The fact that we got below 900 millibars, and we've now put Milton on the record books with a handful of very memorable hurricanes is also quite something. The buildup of this storm has been something to watch. Milton's made its way to the top 5, the 5th strongest Atlantic hurricane on record, but that was while it was back in the Gulf. Luckily, it has weakened as it made its way onto shore. Did make landfall at 8:30 near Siesta Key in Sarasota as a Category 3 strength storm. Will continue to weaken, but I'm still very very worried for that northwest wall. It's still over Tampa. We are starting to see those winds wrap around for Sarasota. I'm looking at the flow now is coming onto shore at 90 kilometers per hour. So Nate and Mark are probably experiencing some higher waves. The water may be coming into some of the streets and maybe seeing those very gusty winds and debris flying around. So hopefully they're getting to a safe area.
Yeah, and this is a very saturated landmass now after the rain that was happening all day long. So it's saturated. Then you get things like rivers and canals overflowing. There's not a lot of places for this water to go. Florida is a fairly flat state, not a lot of mountainous terrain in Florida, which means that the water really doesn't have a lot of places to go. So some people may be dealing with flooding for some time. And when we talk about power outages, depending on infrastructure and whether or not it is damaged, some people may be without power for a great length of time. But water can be extremely dangerous, and that's what we're talking about right now. That combination of the heavy rain plus the storm surge is going to be very problematic for a lot of folks.
I just do want to throw in one little fact that I was thinking about. When we are talking about Milton, it did make the record books for some of the strongest hurricanes, and we talk about it making landfall as a Category 3. Now, we talk about these categories a lot, but we need to remember with the categories that you can still have those impacts, whether it's a Category 3 landfall and you're going to have slightly more as a Category 4. We talk about Katrina a lot, and we still talk about Katrina to this day, and Katrina made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane as well. So it's the storm surge and the winds that are going to be making that larger impact as we are continuing to monitor this through the overnight.
Yeah, and that's one thing to point out is although we have seen that diminish into a Category 3 storm, still a major hurricane. So I don't want folks to be like, oh, it's just Cat 2. Yeah. It's still a major hurricane in terms of its meteorological abilities. But the winds and the pressure are not as strong or as low as it once was, but the waves still are. That energy has been transferred into the surge. We're probably looking at a surge closer to Cat 4 with this storm. Again, 3 to 4 meters high. That's double the height of me.
And me.
And maybe put me and Rhythm on top of each other.
Yeah.
That's over a story high. So again, that's going to be affecting the immediate coast. Farther inland, we are talking about flash flooding. I'm noticing that there's flash flood warnings pretty much from Tampa all the way into Daytona Beach. We also have that extreme wind warning that's ongoing too. Again, a lot of these effects are going to be north of where the system made landfall, so the wind and the rain. But the surge is towards the south coast, the immediate south coast, and again, still cleaning up from the devastating effects of Helene.
And I remember with Helene that authorities were telling people not to go out the next day, drive back to their homes, take a look around, because often there's still a lot of debris on the roads. The roads will be closed as a result. They want crews to have some time to get some cleanup, and especially those power crews. I know that it looked like thousands at the ready to get in there, depending on how much power outages they had to deal with. But crews need to do that. They need to have a chance to do that. And if there are live wires on roads, people need to be aware of that. Sometimes they don't know that they're live until it's too late. So the day after a storm, people are always still encouraged to stay where they are, because it can be equally as dangerous. And when we're talking about flooding, it's not that water is not necessarily going to be gone on day 2.
No, it's going to take quite a bit of time for this to recede. The rivers are going to be still running quite high. Again, Rhythm, as you're showing here, this is falling over very urban populated areas, so it's not going to be absorbed into soils, more so stagnant for the coming days.
Yeah, there's some places that are obviously a little more concrete than others. When we talked about Helene, we talked about going into a swampy area. When we're talking about this storm passing south of Orlando, bringing a tremendous amount of rain to that city, it's a different story when you have concrete versus when you have swampland.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this, let's highlight Orlando, for example. Even though the system is going to be pushing south, or this track is going to be south of Orlando, you're already looking at around 68 millimeters of rainfall that has fallen in Orlando in the last 6 hours. So as we're heading into the overnight with some of these heavier rain bands, a lot of the heaviest rain bands for areas like Orlando is going to be through the overnight. Similarly, for areas like Daytona Beach, they'll be seeing that through the overnight as well. So yeah, you're not going to see a lot of that being able to be saturated out, and you're going to have that waterbed be oversaturated as well. So flooding is going to be a major concern.
Also, just adding, some of our folks in the back are messaging us. I was talking about those flash flood warnings, but in fact, it's a flash flood emergency that's been issued for Tampa Bay. They're saying that they've seen 250 to 300 millimeters of rain so far, and more is coming down. So a flash flood emergency that's ongoing for Tampa, which makes sense given the reflectivity here. You see those reds and oranges. That is very heavy tropical rain, some of the heaviest rains of the storm.
It feels like it's been ongoing too for several hours in Tampa, starting early in the afternoon. We've got our storm hunter back now, Mark Robinson, who is in Sarasota. You made your way a little closer to the water, Mark.
Yeah, I did. I just sort of went around the side of the building. I heard you saying you were a little nervous about that. Don't worry, Kim. I was thinking about you. I just went around the side simply because I saw the water beginning to back up out of the sewers, and that told me the surge is coming in. I got a quick taste of it. It's salt water. It's not fresh. That is surge. So we are now seeing surge coming into Port Charlotte, coming into Sarasota. Speaking of Port Charlotte, though, and I was thinking about that, we're seeing some video from Jim Cantori down, one of his colleagues down in Port Charlotte. A tremendous amount of surge coming in there. That is kind of what we expected, though. I have to say it was a bit of a surprise to sort of start to see that surge coming in now. Kim, I want to take you outside here, and we were hearing the roar, that roar that starts high up there, and then just descends. The winds just descend like a fist, and just started to rip things up and send things flying. That's definitely as strong, maybe even a little bit stronger than the other side of the eye wall. Now, given how the fact the storm was moving fairly slowly, this eye wall, this side of it, the strong winds, may last for quite a while. So it's something that we're going to watch, and of course we're going to watch that surge beginning to come in potentially, as we get into it, it may come up a meter or two here, which was the original forecast. For that, we were expecting to see some of the biggest. What we've also been seeing is massive power flashes. Okay, so Kim, the reason I'm looking sort of away from the camera right now is we have a transformer right here that is sparking like crazy, and it makes me a little nervous. Now, I think that's just simply because it's wet, but it definitely, when you see that kind of thing, you definitely sort of go, oh, I would love to have some, a master electrician tell me how dangerous that actually is. But definitely, it's definitely got my attention.
Yeah, sure. We saw a flash in the background beyond those two buildings that are, far behind you. While you were talking, I could see a flash. I wasn't sure if it was a lightning flash or maybe a power flash, but obviously you're going to see that more and more, and especially wiping off the lens, understandably, as that storm surge moves in and we get that salt water mixing with these electronics, which is never good.
Yeah, I mean, Kim, definitely that's going to be a big problem. But a lot of these power flashes are being caused by electrical lines touching each other, or losing integrity. We have had the power in the parking garage here flicker. We haven't seen that. We didn't see that on the other side of the eye wall. That's definitely changing. I'm just seeing some cars moving through the surge right now. Just taking a quick look there. There's a few people that are probably going, we need to move right away. Kim, can you hear that? Can you hear that whistling roar? I'm just looking down. We're now seeing surge. Dave, I don't know if we can walk this way. Is that possible, Dave? Go ahead. Okay, we're going to walk down here. Oh, here comes cars coming up here. Nate, can you close the door? They're going to take the door off. Nate, can you close that door? No, yeah, on the side. The front door's open. Sorry, Kim. This is what happens when you suddenly everything gets going all at once. Thanks, Nate. I want to take you sort of down here, down towards, and Dave, thank you very much. I'm just going to try and, so you're not tripping on the line, but I'm going to take you down here. Dave, sorry. Welcome to live TV. Dave is doing a fantastic job, but I wanted to take you here so that, Dave, I don't know if you can get a shot down here, but the surge is now come up to right to the edge of our parking garage down there. There's a little bit of light. Maybe our camera can pick that up. But that is the saltwater surge that's coming in, and we're just watching it advance up the little alleyway here. So definitely, we chose correctly to move back up into the parking garage and just stay off the streets. Because if the surge is there, it's definitely going to be, in the areas we were earlier down by the port. Definitely going to be a few feet of water there, likely now.
How far are you away from the water's edge that you're already seeing the storm surge where you are?
Kim, vertically, we're probably about 30, 40 feet. Horizontally, I'm going to say about 30 feet. So about 10 meters that way and about 15 meters that way. So we are completely safe where we are.
Yeah.
But I did want to sort of show you that. There you go. I can hear that whistle again. And we're just sort of trying to watch that. I know I'm being very hard on my cameraman, Dave Hodge, amazing, just doing an amazing job. But it's so hard to try and document everything and show you what's going on while trying to stay safe as this backside of the eye wall comes on shore.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's hard when it's dark as well because you can't really see what's coming. Obviously, we can look at radar and we can see the numbers. We can, tell how strong the winds are. But when it's dark out, it becomes a little bit of a mystery, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're lucky. I can't tell you how surprised I am that we still have light here. The parts of downtown Sarasota. Oh, yeah. There we go. Power. You see the power just went there, right there. So that is definitely a harbinger of what is to come. I will be very surprised if we don't lose power in the next 10 to 15 minutes as this strong eye wall comes on shore. Very interesting that it really does feel like the backside of the eye wall is stronger than the front side.
Yeah, I know you've said you've experienced something like this before, but it's not that common to see something like this. This is why people have to be aware too, if they're out when they're in the eye and it's nice and calm, that things can change very quickly.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's happening. We saw a couple of cars, as you saw, come frantically in here. And I don't know if those were storm chasers or locals that suddenly went, we need to get into shelter right now. And either way, I'm happy that they're in here. They're very safe from debris. We've come up, a few stories because, we saw that flying debris, Kim, right along on the ground. And that's what we're still seeing now. I've seen another, I'm actually seeing debris go flying down there. Kim, the water is now coming in much more into the alleyway. Dave, I don't know if you can shoot that, but you can really see that storm surge coming into to where we are here in this parking garage in Sarasota.
Yeah, we can see it. He's capturing it. We can see that water rushing in. Yeah, he's getting some good visuals. And if this is just the beginning, Mark, this can be escalating very quickly.
Wow.
Just to
Kim,
add,
we just had something collapse. Yeah, there's flying debris down there. That is why we took a quick look down that alleyway to check the storm surge and then got the heck out of Dodge because of that exact thing. That was looks like a recycling bin or something that just went flying down the alleyway. And I'm starting to hear bangs and crashes. There's a big metal pole down there that's rolling. And that surge is coming in more and more. So this is another one of those storms where the backside is definitely more eventful than the first part of the storm. Yeah, Kim, I can't tell you the roar, the whistle, the moan of the winds is now just becoming constant. This is definitely Milton making itself known here in Sarasota. Dave, you okay?
I just want to add on top of Sarasota right now, those offshore winds that we were talking about that were 100 kilometers per hour to or more have just pushed on shore. So right over top of Mark, what he was dealing with, wind gusts exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, and you can see those colors there, that that rhythm showing.
Yeah, just right within this bubble, that's exactly where Mark is in Sarasota. And then when we take a look at some of that reflectivity as well, you really start to see some of those bands starting to push on shore. So I really hope Mark gets to a safe location in a timely fashion.
And also power outage numbers climbing now, 1.28 million, and a lot of those have jumped in and around the Tampa and Sarasota region as of the past 30 minutes, Kim.
Yeah, our graphics can barely keep up with the amount of power outages, and we saw the power go out while Mark was standing there. Parking garages are usually a safe place for storm chasers to be because they're concrete. It's a solid structure. He can get up high. There's fewer opportunities to get hit with flying debris, and then there's no glass. So there's no glass to break, obviously, in a parking garage. I mean, no place is completely safe when you're that close to a storm, to a hurricane certainly, and to the water. But we can see and hear how dramatic this storm has become, at least in Sarasota, with those winds just absolutely howling, and the fact that that storm surge was moving in. I don't think that I've seen that in real time before, but obviously, I mean, unfortunately, it's night, so we can't see everything that we need to see, but we're really getting an idea of what it's like to experience a storm like this firsthand. And obviously, Rachel and Rhythm, we're safe in our studios, and you know, I'll leave it to the storm chasers to weather out this storm.
Absolutely, Kim. And then, you know, we've been talking about the rain as well, and I just want to show everyone some of these numbers. In the last 24 hours, areas like St. Petersburg have seen upwards of almost 200 millimeters of rain. And with that, when we take a look just in the last 6 hours, the last 6 hours. So areas around St. Petersburg, they've gotten the most amount of rain in the last 6 hours. So you're looking at 162 millimeters of rainfall. Quite dramatic, quite drastic. And then when we combine that with those wind gusts, the storm surge, this is going to be something that we're going to remember for a while.
A lot of that rain that you were talking about, Rhythm, has actually fallen within the last hour. So
there we go.
130 millimeters in Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg region, and that has caused a flash flood emergency to be issued, and that's going to continue until at least 2-3 in the morning, with the substantial amount of rain that's been quite stagnant over top of, again, one of the most highly dense populated areas of Florida.
Yeah, we were talking about 6 months worth of rain in some of these areas in a 24-hour span, which can be catastrophic in some cases. We've seen it on this side of the border in places like Montreal and Toronto, and we see those rain events where there's widespread flooding, a lot of flooded basements, etc. This is not over yet. That's the problem, and it's not just a storm dropping rain. It's obviously bringing in those powerful winds as well. We saw those images coming out of Bradenton, Florida, on the coast as well, and it looked almost like there was a hose spraying that rain. That's how strong the winds were, and that's how heavy the rain was falling. That's why we're seeing these big numbers in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, and I am getting increasingly worried that these winds now in and around Mark's region are pushing onto shore because, again, we still have a lot of debris in and around Sarasota, Fort Myers, even farther south from Helene that hasn't been cleaned up. That's just kind of left in the side of the streets or in piles. And those are going to be turning into projectiles with winds that are exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. So again, hopefully there aren't many chasers out on the roadways, especially in between the buildings, because that can funnel the winds together and even create a funnel effect and make them even more dangerous. So we could be talking about debris flying around like missiles throughout the next hour, especially where Mark is. So I'm glad that he is above the surface and not at the surface, where I am seeing some chasers. They are showing the surge as well, pushing into Sarasota too.
Okay, I think we have Mark back on again. He is in Sarasota. He's been in a parking garage. He found a safe place to be high up and has been witnessing the power outages around him and the storm surge coming in. And boy, we can really hear it happening, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, Kim, you're also hearing there's a generator going on the building beside us, but there's another sort of howl whistle ongoing as these winds mix down to the surface, much stronger than the first part of the eye wall that came in. We're just trying to just document as best we can, but it's absolutely wild. We've seen the power flash, like the power just went out, the whole city just boom, and then it all came back up and on. So it's obviously one of the main lines, one of the main power lines for this part of Sarasota is getting damaged, and you can just see that. There you go. There's that flash and everything coming back on. That's just indicative of the strength of this eye wall, this western eye wall as it's coming on shore. And Kim, if you remember back, it went from 0 to 100 very quickly, and it was something that we did expect. That's how it works. But this one isn't moving all that fast, so it's going to be pushing storm surge on, and it's going to be giving this kinds of winds. I'm going to turn around and take a quick look. I want to see how far the surge has come halfway up the alleyway down there. Now it's too dark for Dave to shoot that, but I'm just going to give you sort of an ongoing update. Now where we were standing earlier is probably under, I'm going to say at least maybe 40-50 centimeters of ocean at this point as that surge makes its way on shore. It is interesting that the backside, quite often it's sort of the opposite, but I think as the storm is moving up the coast, it's bringing with it the surge. So we saw surge in Punta Gorda and sort of down in Port Charlotte, and now that surge is coming on shore where we are here. So will that make it all the way up to Tampa? Not as likely, because the storm isn't going north, it's going east. So likely we're going to see some significant surge here in the next likely. I'm going to estimate the next hour or two as these winds. There you go, Kim. Again, you can sort of hear that roar, that whistling roar, and I think we're high enough up that we're okay for any sort of flying debris. But I can see stuff rolling down the streets out there, and of course you can't see it here. But I will try to, put some B-roll up later, some visuals of what's going on down below. What we might do is, Nate will talk for a little while. I might run downstairs just to check to see how far that surge is coming in. But for now, we are witnessing I don't say the full fury, but definitely Milton is making itself known here in Sarasota.
Yeah, no kidding. It's unfortunate that we can't see what the storm is doing. It always makes it a little more frightening, especially for people who are close by, can't see what's going on. I'm glad to see that the generators are working. We saw that light flash off and then come back on again. This is the second storm in a row that really happened at nighttime or made landfall once the sun had set. I'm going to go to Rhythm and Rachel for a moment here just to talk about the idea that this storm sped up. This is basically the nature of a hurricane. It can wobble, it can change, it can make landfall in a slightly different place. I mean, forecasters did a great job with this storm, but in the end, a hurricane will do what it wants to do.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it did speed up. We weren't expecting it to make landfall this early. I believe it was anticipated to be overnight, but here we are. Effects are still going to be ongoing overnight as well. It made landfall at 8:30 earlier this evening at Cat 3 strength, and we are starting to see those very strong winds pushing onto shore in Sarasota, as Mark is showing. We have our power outage numbers up to 1.35 million, and a lot of those in and around the Sarasota region. And also just getting word rhythm, Sarasota hit a new max wind.
Yes, it did. I believe it was 164 kilometer per hour. And that was just in the last 10 minutes or so?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was while we were still live with Mark, and Mark was talking about all of those winds and the storm surge coming in. That was when they were hitting those peak wind gusts, which was quite impressive. I will show us just some of those wind gusts, 165 from what we are coming on our graphic here, but Tampa also at 131 kilometer per hour winds.
Yeah, that's strong. And considering, people say, okay, well, the storm has made landfall right around Sarasota, so the worst is over. And now we're getting the strongest winds on the other side of the eye. So one wall moves through, that's where the winds are so powerful. Then the calm with the eye, and then on the backside, obviously, we're seeing winds that are even stronger. That's what Mark had noticed just by being out there, saying, this side of the eye feels much more powerful than the initial one. We saw winds already about 150 kilometers per hour. Now we're up to 165 kilometers per hour. So yeah, he knows his stuff. He can feel something that's 15 kilometers stronger. But we could hear it too. I mean, we could hear the whistling winds, and obviously the winds helping to push all of that water on shore, and that's why we're seeing the storm surge.
And with that, some of the wave heights I want to highlight as well. You're going to have those wave heights out in the center of the ocean, upwards of 6 to 12 meters, but that's also going to transfer as the system pushes further towards the east. So the storm surge, we are talking about it being upwards of a story, but in terms of some of the regions, let me just find the graphic, 3 to 4 meters in Sarasota, but even into Daytona Beach as we're heading into Thursday, you're still looking at 1 to 1.5 meter high storm surge risks.
And we're also seeing that storm surge start now. Like you mentioned, Kim, it made landfall. Things looked quite calm, but obviously things are changing for the worse. So we still, the National Hurricane Center is still forecasting 3 to 4 meters of surge, and that's only starting to come in. So this is not the time, like we said, to walk your dog or anything, because those wraparound winds are going to be probably some of the worst that this area is going to experience throughout the next hour.
And at the beginning of this storm, when tide was out, the winds were coming from the east and were pushing the water in Tampa Bay well out. And then with the storm coming in, bringing everything back in again and pushing that water onshore. And obviously, because it's such a monstrous storm, it's so big in diameter, many areas up and down the coast are getting impacted by this storm, as well as inland areas of Florida as well, and we're anticipating a whole lot of rain there as well. Let's go out to Mark Robinson, who has been with this storm in Sarasota since the very beginning, since before things really got ramped up. You noticed that the second half of the eye wall was stronger than the first.
Yeah, absolutely, Kim. Much stronger. The power flashes, immediately. We didn't have much warning. It just kind of hit us very quickly, exactly as we would expect. But I was, when we were in the eye, I kept saying, I remember saying to you, I don't know what this other side is going to be. Is it going to be stronger? Is it going to be weaker? Is it going to be the same? And Milton definitely answered a lot stronger. Whoa! We just heard a big thump. So I know you can't see out there, Kim, but you can. I don't know if you can hear it.
I can.
But there's that howl, that ooh noise that's coming from behind us, along with bangs and thuds. Now, what I can hear, what I can see with my eye, I can look down and I can see the surge coming into that little alley that we were in earlier. Now, I know you can't see it, but I mean, I'm looking at it. Whoa! There you go. That's the sky just lighting up green. That's not lightning. That is power flashes. So far, though, Kim, I gotta say, I'm stunned. Whoa! It is holding on. The electricity, the power is holding on here in downtown Sarasota. I'm not sure how, but it is holding, and I'm grateful for that. Because so that we can see at least a little bit. And at the same time, grateful also for all the residents who are in this area.
What an eerie sounding night it is, though, with that howling that we can hear in the background. I mean,
yeah,
it's very scary.
Yeah, I mean, Kim, you can see I've even got my my strap here on my glasses to ensure that I don't lose my glasses simply because the wind is getting that strong. But the big danger and the fear right now for me is that storm surge that is definitely coming in. Now, what is interesting, we just saw a car moving along one of the main highways, main driveways there, and it wasn't in the surge. So what's likely happening is that the surge is coming up in and around the port area, and there's a little bit of elevation where that road is, and so it dips back down and then sort of comes along right under where we are here. And so what's happening is the surge is sort of coming in, but it's also coming up and out of the sewers. So the sewers are literally contributing to that surge movement in further than you might otherwise expect. But wow, I mean, Kim, I can see another car. I think they're trying to get in down this alleyway, and that is not going to happen. I don't know if that's a chaser or a local. I'm kind of hoping that they don't try to make that run. Dave, it's too bad the camera is at night, because I know that, again, my eye can pick it up, the camera can't necessarily pick it up, but I'm trying to keep you informed as to what's going on out there. And yeah, the stories, I mean, the change, the difference between the eye wall on the other side and this eye wall, excuse the expression, it's like night and day.
I'm thinking when we talk about water and flooding, we say turn around, don't drown, don't drive through waters. You don't know how deep it is. Your car can stall out very quickly. I mean, I'm surprised that people are still driving at this point, that they have their vehicles out. But Mark, I'm curious, what are you going to do if there's flooding where you are? And are you just going to stay put, or how are you going to get out of there?
Well, keep in mind, Kim, and this really does speak to what storm surge is. It comes in with the wind, and when the wind dies off, it goes back out. So the reality is that once the wind dies down, that surge is going to be gone. So we'll actually be able to get out and head back towards Tampa without any real problems. The one issue that we did have before was all the trees down in Helene, but we did manage to get back up to our hotel in Tallahassee. Here I'm expecting the same thing, and it's kind of funny. We're actually about as far from our hotel in Tampa as we were from our hotel when we were in Tallahassee for Helene. So same sort of thing, and I can tell you it's kind of like a rinse and repeat when it comes to these hurricanes this year.
And I know you ended up picking up debris off the roads and tree branches, et cetera, to get back. You may have to be doing that once more tomorrow, or tonight, I guess.
Yeah, it is possible. We did, with urban areas like this, there's not quite as many trees as it was in Helene, but definitely there will be debris, and there's likely to be a lot of freshwater flooding, but not quite as much as Tampa. So we may run into the issue of flooding as we get to Tampa, not as we're leaving here. So once we're up on the I-75, we should have a clear run back to Tampa. But I do feel for the residents who can't just go to Tampa. They're going to be stuck here for a while cleaning up the mess that this hurricane is bringing.
Yeah, and this is one right after another. Helene happened, and now Milton is happening. People not really getting much of a break. Rachel, Rhythm, a lot of Canadians are interested in what's going on in Florida. A lot of people have homes in these beautiful coastal areas, and they're watching from afar. Likely they're watching from Canada. They don't usually travel until the winter time, and they're looking at images like these and wondering, if the places that they normally stay are going to be okay. I mean, I know that Canadians are obviously safe, but the interest is high because of just the sheer amount of snowbirds that travel to Florida because it is so beautiful in the winter. But obviously the downside is a night like tonight.
Absolutely, and it's going to be, even for a lot of the snowbirds that maybe want to travel down in October, it is going to take so long to kind of just recover from all of this rain and devastation. When we take a look at some of the rainfall totals, these are now radar estimated. So in the last 6 hours, Orlando is a very popular place for a lot of people to go. You're already looking at some of that rainfall as high as 55 millimeters, even greater amounts on the ground. And then through the overnight, as the system pushes further inland, you're going to continue to see very strong winds, some of those winds damaging as well. And then on top of that, heavy rainfall through the overnight into Daytona Beach and then into Jacksonville as well. And Rachel, you're looking at something with the winds.
I was looking at the winds just because, like, when we had Mark on, we can hear that howl, and it kind of was
very eerie,
spooky. And I saw some folks on our YouTube comments were wondering about the howl. What is that? Well, it's kind of like these very gusty winds. They're getting funneled in between all these buildings, and it actually produces vibrations and noises. And we're seeing wind gusts exceeding 100 kilometers per hour onshore from Bradenton all the way down the coast to Rotonda, which includes areas like Venice, Sarasota, a lot of very frequented places. And those winds are also 40 kilometers offshore as well. So this is only just getting started. That will continue to push onto shore. We're going to be seeing surge continue to increase for areas, I want to stress, south of the eye of where we made landfall in these onshore winds.
I see that it's Category 2 now. I don't know, we'd already made that clear, that it is a Category 2 with 175 kilometer per hour winds. So there's Milton. It's starting to slowly diminish. Still obviously a massive, powerful storm. I think we can't stick with, okay, well, it's a 2 now, it's a 3, whatever it is. This is a highly impactful storm.
Absolutely, and it is going to go down to a Category 1, but you're still looking at a Category 1 in the middle of land as it's starting to push into areas like Orlando, those highly populated areas. So again, you know, we've been talking about this so much, we have to emphasize the fact that just because it's down to a Category 1 doesn't mean that it's any less impactful. You're still going to be looking at those impacts through the overnight. And Rachel, what are some of those power outages? Because that's going to be a really big concern.
Yeah, we're already at 1.4 million. That's going to continue to climb as this heads throughout the overnight. We're still seeing a flash flood emergency for the Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg area because of all that rain you showed. But the heaviest rain is still yet to come for Orlando. It's making its way there through the overnight. So if you're at home and you're planning to go down to Florida, I would push it to November. Take your time, let this area breathe a little bit, because like we're mentioning, a lot of impacts coming still to come through today, and the cleanup is going to be extensive. So again, maybe if you did have travel arrangements, push them. Give this area some time to get back to what it's known to be for Canadians.
Yeah, and it's another reason to get travel insurance, of course, during hurricane season. I mean, they were stopping all the cruise ships in the Gulf because of this storm, not surprisingly. And then again, when people are traveling to places like Orlando, where we do love to travel, again, it's not a great idea, as you're mentioning. So this powerful storm is going to have a lot of ramifications. It's going to take days and days for cleanup. You know, they were talking about Helene and how it would take 6 months to get things back to where they should be, and they had 2 weeks. And 2 weeks is just not enough time to get everybody back up, to get infrastructure fixed, and to get debris cleaned up. So there was, you know, barely a window to do this. And now here we are dealing with Milton. So yeah, I really feel for the people in Florida, those who have property in Florida, because this is going to be devastating for many. I think we're going to go out to Mark Robinson now, who again is dealing with this storm firsthand. He's been doing a great job showing us what it's like to be in a storm like this, just absolutely brutal lately. And this is the second half of the eye wall, and it's really packing a punch, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely, Kim. I wanted to show you the winds. I mean, again, it's really difficult to get a shot out over the city. So put myself a little bit in the wind blast to sort of give you an idea of how strong those winds are. So they're actually coming in from this direction right into here. Dave is sort of back behind the wall, so he's actually pretty safe back in there. But right where I'm standing, we're getting blasted pretty good, and that is after the wind has been sort of filtered through some of the buildings here. You quite often talk about, you know, the strongest winds are when the winds are, you know, over something smooth, like a lake or an ocean. Here, we've got lots of trees and buildings, and that means that the wind isn't quite as strong as it would be, say, out by the ocean. But it's still enough to sort of knock me off my feet just a little bit.
And you can see that palm tree just swaying right behind you. We're giving a great idea of how powerful those winds are. I'm sure Nathan Coleman can stand in these winds, Mark. It's a little trickier for you. Do you have something to hold on to if you need to?
You know, I've got this wall right here, so I could just sort of, you know, lean a little bit like that. But, you know, so, or I can just sort of, you know, duck down and I'm fine. So I'm not really all that worried about that. But I wanted to give you an idea of how strong those winds are without being able to easily show you, you know, flying, you know, the trees being really bent. This is probably the best way we can do it when we're at night.
Yeah, actually, it's a great illustration with you there. We can hear the winds. We can see the tree. We have had 165 km/h wind gust so far in Sarasota. That has been the highest wind gust that we've seen. It's been very impressive. I know you've been keeping an eye on the storm surge as well in that area. How has it been lately? Does it continue to rise where you are?
Yeah, Kim, it's definitely continuing to rise. And I'm going to get a chance, after I'm sort of finished with this, probably have Nate step in a little bit. And then what I'll do is I'll go down to the bottom to sort of check out that surge and try to get a little bit of a shot of it to show you what it's like. And I'll pass that back to the Weather Network because that surge is just continuously coming in at this point. And it may rise higher and higher. At this point, I'm not sure how high it's going to be here, but with these kinds of winds pushing it, it's going to be high.
Yeah, no kidding. Barely hanging on there, Mark. My goodness, those winds are so powerful.
Yeah.
We've been looking at this.
Yeah.
The power outages continue to rise. We're looking at well over 1 million now. I know that Rachel and Rhythm have been keeping tabs on the numbers. Last time we saw it was 1.2 million without power. And when we're seeing wind gusts like the ones we're looking at with you, Mark, I'm only anticipating it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Kim, I've been saying already, you know, the fact that the power has stayed on here in downtown Sarasota, you know, it's a testament to the engineers and then the people who put together the electrical system in downtown Sarasota. Yes, we have seen, oh, there we go, another big green flash that I saw reflected on the building here, probably behind me. That's, you know, giving an indication that as good as the system is, parts of it are beginning to fail.
I think, yeah, Dave needs to give that camera another wipe for you. It's all coming at you right now. And this is what people don't realize. You know, once the eye of the storm makes landfall, it doesn't mean it's over. It's far from it. And certainly some parts of Florida are expecting the worst a little bit later as this storm continues to move across the state. It has dropped to a hurricane at this point, but it has made landfall. That's what hurricanes do. They hit the friction of the land, the topography of the land, and they start to weaken. And that's what this storm is doing. Although where you are in Sarasota, Mark, it doesn't look like it's weakened at all.
Hold on. What was that?
No. Are you live right now?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Cars, emergency water right over here. Did you guys get that already?
Yeah. Is there somebody in there, trapped in there?
No, we don't know.
Oh, we saw him come. We saw him come in. We saw him come in, but we didn't, like, he just sort of stopped there.
I'm afraid somebody's in that ditch.
Yeah.
The cars sorting out or the trunks manually opening and closing?
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go down there and check. I'll come with you guys in a second.
What's going on, Mark?
Yeah, Kim. So we're just getting a report. When we saw that, remember that car that we were seeing earlier? The gentleman here was saying that there may be somebody in that car out in the surge at this point. He did say that the car looks like it's shorting out, so we're gonna get a chance to go down and check it. I'm gonna put my helmet on and be as safe as possible, and then and go down and see if someone does need a hand down there.
Okay.
With the gear that I have, I can do that. Not without risk, but if someone's trapped there, they need help.
Okay, well, we'll let you go there, and we'll talk to you in a moment. Good luck, Mark, along with some other storm chasers and other people who are weathering out this storm in the parking garage in Sarasota, Florida, which is a very sturdy structure made of cement, obviously made of concrete. He is there, but there was storm surge beneath the building on the side in the alley, and he had earlier seen that a car was attempting to drive through that storm surge. So now he's gone because they think that somebody may be in that car and may need some help. And that's what happens in a storm like this, in a powerful storm that's not only bringing heavy amounts of rain, winds exceeding 165 kilometers per hour, but also that storm surge that is pushing right onto land. Let's take a look at the numbers now with Rachel and Rhythm.
So let's first take a look at some of those power outages. Rachel and I were just taking a look at that. You have about 1.5 million or 1.5 million people out of power just as of right now, and the storm surge is going to really enhance that as well right along the coastal lines. But the wind gusts further inland, that's going to be one of the stories that we take a look at. Now, something very interesting that we want to highlight, and Rachel, I think you can take over for this, but Tampa is actually looking at 4.5 feet of water levels below normal.
Yeah, it's all due to the wind direction, which is important because you can see in Tampa the wind is coming off from the land to the sea. So it's actually taking that water and pulling it out of Tampa. So we're seeing an anti-surge, if you think about it, that the water is actually receding in the bay. Meanwhile, it has to go somewhere, and where that wind is pushing from the water to the land, that's where we're seeing a storm surge or the water levels rising. So all the way from Bradentown, Sarasota, Venice, even farther south into Naples, we're already seeing that the storm surge is over 5 feet. And I'll do the conversion for our Canadian audience.
Now with that, so I just want to highlight Venice. That is one of the stats that we have, 5.5 feet of the water level. So Rachel?
Which is close to just shy of 2 meters. So we're at 1.67 meters of storm surge. And looking at other reports on Twitter, the surge is rising fast. We saw how fast the change was in weather conditions, and the surge is going to be a part of that. So surge is rising, our wind gusts are rising. There's reports of furniture and roofs flying downtown Sarasota, and the storm surge is inundating for folks in and around Venice. I know there were some comments on our YouTube, questions about how is Venice Beach, how is Venice Bay in Florida, and it looks like that the surge is nearing about half a story high in some of the visuals I'm seeing.
And I just want to highlight this real quick. You can really start to see some of those official bands of that western portion of the wraparound of this hurricane starting to make their way into Sarasota. And when we talk about some of those wind gusts, Rachel, we saw it live while we were still chatting with Mark, where he just felt that one gust, and it really just kicked off from there.
I'm curious to know what's going on with Mark, as you know, it looked like somebody got into some trouble. I think we have Nathan Coleman. He's going to be up next, and he can give us an update on what's going on. Nathan, thanks for joining us. Now, I know you've been with Mark this whole time and witnessing what's going on. Can you give us a bit of an update onto what's going on below you?
Yes, Kim. Well, I've been standing off camera because the winds have picked up so much. I've been the lighting technician lately. I've been holding on to that light, but now Mark has gone down to the ground level to inspect what's going on, because, like he mentioned, that surge has been coming in, and those other gentlemen came up to say there was a vehicle within the surge, and they're concerned there was a person in there. So he went down to go check that out, and so I'm just holding the stream down right now, of course. And tough to keep my earpiece in here, but yeah, the winds have just really ramped up on the back side of this. Just incredible. I mean, you know, when we were in the eye wall, it was intense, but this feels like it's even stronger.
Yeah, no kidding. You're in a safe place, I know, but down below, not so safe, especially when we consider the debris that we have already seen lying around, and of course, any debris that would have fallen with the first round of the winds that on the eye wall that came through. And now we're talking about a second round of some very powerful winds. So anything that is happening below where Nathan is, we're talking about the potential for flying debris. I mean, Mark said he was going to throw on his helmet. That's the best thing he could do, because when you think about it, head injuries would be number one when we're talking about flying debris.
Oh, totally. And the storm surge can be so deadly too. I mean, we went down. This is the safest place to be. We're elevated. It's a strong structure. We can still get the wind coming in because there's open air here. But we only went down during the eye because it was so calm and you could see the debris kind of flying around. Then we started seeing the storm surge come in, so we went out to take a look. But the winds picked up too much. It was too dangerous. We made the call, let's get back in. And that's exactly why, when you consider someone was still out driving around in it, I mean, you want to be in a safe, elevated location when this type of event is happening. So we'll wait. We're waiting for Mark to get back. If it's not soon, I'll have to go down and inspect how he's doing.
Okay, Nathan, I'm curious to know what's going on when, hopefully when Mark comes back. Obviously, you're up in the garage with Dave. We can see that the power is still on, which almost seems miraculous to me, considering how powerful the winds have been and the sheer number of people who have lost their power in Florida this hour. But have you been seeing the explosions of the transponders throughout?
Oh, all around us throughout this event. I mean, it's just been flashes, green flashes of the sky. But somehow this building behind us has power and this parking garage has power. So, I mean, I think I want to hire this electrician because he did a great job here. But, you know, you just see the trees behind me. I know it's dark behind me here, but just swaying, moving back and forth. The branches coming down. And you can see the water on the road as well from up in this elevated position. And just that roar of the wind, it's so loud right now. So, you know, I wouldn't want to be down there on ground level in any way.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, you're in a safe spot and you can stay there, Nathan. We'll check in with you in a little bit, take a little break, try to get somewhere that you're not in the middle of the strongest winds. We appreciate you that you're there because, wow, it's a hard storm to stand in. The people who go down into these storms to report on them are giving us some vital information and letting people know why you probably shouldn't be in a hurricane, why you shouldn't stay because of how powerful the winds and how dangerous it is. And we've been talking about storm surge, water levels. Look at these winds. I mean, you guys have been paying close attention to this, Rhythm and Rachel. I suspect we'll continue to see some very high numbers.
Absolutely, Kim. When we are talking about some of the wind gusts, I do want to first just begin and highlight the fact that when it comes to Milton, it is Category 2, so those winds are starting to get weaker, but it's going to be that wraparound that we continue to watch, and that's what we've seen. So as we're taking a look over the last hour or so, we're starting to see a lot of these outer winds right here. Let me just highlight that for us real quick. These are those offshore winds that have been causing so much of that, those gusty conditions, and all of those are starting to move into areas like Sarasota. That's where Mark is and that's where Nathan are. So you can really hear those howls, that channeling of the winds through those structure. And then with those wind gusts, when we are talking about the long-term effects of this, so going into the overnight and then into tomorrow. So this is where those peak wind gusts are as of right now. Into the overnight, as we play this out, we can be looking at gusts upwards of close to 100 kilometers an hour for areas like Orlando, further inland as well. And then as this system comes out on the other end, as we're heading towards our Thursday morning, dropping down to a tropical storm, you're still looking at like those offshore winds as high as well over 100 kilometers per hour.
And that's going to also attribute to a little bit of a surge too for the east side of Florida near Daytona Beach, which is supposed to be around that 1 meter high. Because of that onshore flow. And just to update our power outage numbers, a lot of those are going to be hugging the west side of Florida. So where we saw landfall, Tampa, Sarasota, down to Fort Myers, and now pushing inland. Kim, we're now over 1.6 million.
Wow. You know, earlier in the day, officials were saying once the winds, they would say 45 miles per hour, so that's about 72 kilometers per hour. Once the winds hit 72 kilometers per hour, EMS were not going to be going out to save people. Basically, in the evacuation zone, if the wind got that high, it would just be too dangerous for first responders to go out. And that's why it was so important for people who could leave, who were under those evacuation orders, to get out, because if something did happen, and certainly in a storm like this, something could happen, if they called 911, they wouldn't get the response that they need, and that's what makes it so dangerous. Now, by the time this storm wraps, yes, the National Guard will be out. They have 9,000 crews at the ready, ready to come in, ready to rebuild, fix whatever they can, help people who need to be helped at that point in time, but there's no reason to put additional people in danger because of people who decided to stay. But hopefully by tomorrow, things will have calmed down significantly and those crews can get out there and do what they need to do. But we're not really going to know the full impact of this storm until the light of day. And of course, it started early when we started to get those tornado warnings very early on. The initial bands from the hurricane came on shore, and then suddenly we were talking about tornadoes, 135 plus tornado warnings, and we had several images of tornadoes actually touching down and a number of fatalities as a result. Okay, we're going to go back out to Nathan Coleman, who has been in this storm, experiencing it firsthand in the parking garage. Nathan, I don't know what's happening for you right now. I know you're in the middle of a storm, so things get really tricky, and especially when there's other people around you. So it's, it's okay. It doesn't have to be flawless. But can you give us any kind of update?
Yeah, well, Mark has come back, so he's holding the light right now. But Mark, let's switch places. You tell Kim what happened here.
Kim, I haven't got an IFB in, so unfortunately I can't hear you. So I'm just gonna let you know what happened. The car that we saw earlier, the car that we were talking about, some of the other chasers here said that they saw movement in the car and they weren't sure if someone was in there. I'm, got my dry suit on and I've got a helmet. And I knew, having done this, and I knew where the manhole covers were, I could get there with relative safety and just see if somebody was in the car. Thank goodness nobody was in the car. It did look like he might have lost control earlier and smashed into something because the hood was sort of buckled a little bit. So what I think happened was he hit something, jumped out of the car, maybe jumped in with somebody else, and the car was still there. And of course the salt water, and I'm covered in salt water right now, shorted out the systems and made it look like somebody was in there. But I made sure as best I could that no one was in there. It did look like, I took a look in, very, very dark, very difficult to see, but nobody in the passenger seat and nobody unconscious in the passenger seat as far as I could see.
Okay, good. So yeah, likely just an abandoned vehicle at this point in time. But Mark had seen that car drive into the alley, and then suddenly there was real concern that there may be someone stuck in that car and stuck in the storm surge, which is happening right now as that storm pushes water on shore in Sarasota, where they are in a parking garage. We're looking now at some of the water levels right now. The water continues to rise. We had water push offshore, but then as a rubber band does, it's going to come back and push that water right back in again. This is quite a storm. Now, despite the fact, Rachel and Rhythm, that it is down now to a Category 2, Category 2 is only talking about winds. There's so much more to a hurricane.
Absolutely, Kim. And then when we are talking about like the water levels and the surge, we still have that anti-surge up towards Tampa. So Tampa, when we're talking about minus 4.5 feet, that's how much it's fallen from its regular levels. When we take a look down towards areas of Venice and Cape Coral, those are your increase because you're having all of that wind that is funneling from the shore. So from that northeast direction towards the west and then wrapping all the way around. Now, yes, winds are only one concern. The second is going to be storm surge. The third is going to be some of that rain. rainfall, and I'm just going to highlight some of the rainfall in the last 24 hours. Now, this is all radar estimated. St. Petersburg at 177 millimeters of rain. However, some of the reports are concluding upwards of 200 to 300 millimeters of rain in the last 24 hours. So definitely a lot more to come with this event, and then it's going to be the rainfall that we look at next as the system starts to push further towards the northeast, so Orlando into Daytona Beach. That's where we're going to be looking at a lot of that rainfall through the overnight.
You know, I heard officials talking earlier too about the impact that salt water has on lithium-ion batteries, and it's a caustic reaction. So things like golf carts, things like scooters, electric cars, when you have this salt water mixing with these batteries, it can start fires. And so people might think, okay, the worst is over. Maybe they've left their homes and their homes are fine, except they had something like a scooter or a car parked which had a battery, then starts a fire. And that happened 48 times over as a result of Helene. And it's something that a lot of people don't think about. We think about the benefits, obviously, of electric vehicles and these batteries, but they just do not mix with salt water, which is a concern almost after the fact. But we have to, you know, keep it in mind, especially when we're talking about storm surge and the fact that an ocean is basically pushing up on land. We also have to talk about the fact that Florida is a fairly flat state. Not a lot of topography here, which means that water, and we've been seeing a lot of rain with this, 6 months worth in a matter of hours, 24 hours, let's say, by the time it's said and done, it really doesn't have a lot of places to go. It will slowly drain because of the flat nature of the state. So this is a look at some of the rainfall accumulation, and we've been looking at the radar and seeing, okay, that rain is not letting up in many of these areas. That storm looks like it's moving very slowly, spinning in the same spot over and over again. Tampa stands out to me as one of the areas in those darker reds. That's the heaviest amount of rain. So when we're looking at this, the reds, the oranges, that's the heaviest rain. The lightest greens, the lightest blues, that's the least amount of rain. So this area, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, Rhythm and Rachel, but it looks like this is the spot that has been seeing this rain for literally hours now.
Yes, and that's the area that has the flash flood emergency from the National Weather Service, saying that it has seen so much rain in such a short time that that the roads are going to be absolutely inundated. We also have flash flood warnings that span from Tampa Bay through Orlando and into Daytona Beach. So this is going to be ongoing through the night. The heaviest amount of rain for Orlando is yet to come. If you know anybody up there, they are just getting closer and closer to that outer band. So that is going to be imminent. We'll see lots of heavy rainfall for Orlando, the winds as well. I think the wind gusts are the strongest where Mark and Nate are, pushing onto shore with that, how things have wrapped around the eye. Those are going to be some of the gustiest winds, and that's why we're seeing such a change when it comes to conditions south of Tampa. North and in and around Tampa, yes, the rain has been ongoing, but towards the south, we had the landfall, which was quite calm, but things are changing. The storm surge is increasing rapidly. The winds spanning 80 kilometers south of Tampa Bay, over 120 kilometer per hour gusts, and those are still pushing onto shore. So we're still seeing those conditions continue probably for the next 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, this can get pretty scary, especially in the middle of the night if people lose their power, they maybe don't have access, maybe cell towers are down, they're not able to get the information they need. I know that in some hotels that they could no longer watch television, so broadcast was down as well, and that makes it even worse. I mean, we always think, okay, well, at least we have our cell phones, worst case scenario, but again, if they weren't charged, you might lose power, etc. So there's a lot to consider with a storm like this, and it's not just making landfall, it's what happens after the fact. And for some, this may be days without power, and those barrier islands around Florida, around Tampa, people were without power for 4 or 5 days post Helene, and that can be very frustrating, when it comes to refrigeration, water. I mean, there's a lot to think about. Now, if you have a generator, that makes things much easier, but if you don't, that can be very frustrating, and I know that people would be, obviously extremely upset in situations like this. So it's not just the storm itself, it's what happens after. The fact that we had debris all over the place because of Helene. People's homes were flooded, so they had to take everything out. They put it on their front lawns in order to be picked up. In many cases, it hasn't been picked up yet. That storm was only 2 weeks ago, and now they're dealing with this. And these numbers of power outages are becoming astronomical. Doesn't look like they're slowing down either.
No, by no means. We're consistently checking over a 10-20 minute period, and it looks like now we're all the way up to 1.6 million people out of power, and it's just going to continue, like you said, Kim, through the overnight and as the system tracks further towards areas of Orlando. So that's definitely going to be something that we have to watch. And even though it's going to move out to sea tomorrow afternoon into a tropical storm, you're still going to be taking a look at some of those storm surges across the East Coast as well. So 1 to 1.5 meter storm surge, you can actually have cars that can actually float away if you can have even that much of storm surge, because you're looking at right around that 3 feet mark, and you can have sharp objects in that as well. So it's definitely not over by any means.
And it's kind of like similar to what we saw with Helene. Yes, it was intense when it made landfall, then it got calm when Mark was in the eye, but it was almost like the after effects, what happened afterwards as it continued onshore and slammed into the Carolinas with the historic rainfall. That's the story, and that's where the impacts happen. So again, it's not wait for the landfall and then everything's done. It's actually anticipate things changing and increasing throughout tonight.
We're going to take it out now to Mark Robinson and Nathan Coleman, who are in Sarasota in a parking garage. And to all of our viewers, thanks for sticking with us through this storm. But these guys are really feeling it, really experiencing the impact of the storm. It doesn't seem to be quite as intense at this moment in time. Is that just my perception, or is it?
Well, we've just relocated, so we got out of the direct wind. We're on the other side now here, so it looks a little less calm, but it's still howling out there.
Yeah, I think, Kim, it is definitely coming down in strength. I mean, there's no question in my mind that we're seeing a little less, but even with that, you can still get the strong wind gusts that will come through. You can still hear that howl and then the thump of the wind. Watching where the surge was, Kim, when I was out there checking on that car, I was up to my waist in storm surge, wow, around the front of the building. So yeah, it definitely has come in quite a bit, and of course, we did expect it to do exactly that. Where we are, we're totally fine from the storm surge. Even the back of the building, where we were in the eye itself when it was very calm, that's got a lot of freshwater flooding, but the surge hasn't quite made it up into that part of the of the town, or at least that part of the building. So you could sort of walk back there if you wanted to. Not a good idea, because there still is freshwater flooding. Of course, there's a lot of debris still flying around, and right now, though, it just continues, but we're going to see a slow ramping down of these winds. Eventually, it'll be to the point that we can go from here and head back to Tampa.
Okay, that's some good news. I mean, you've been through the worst of it. That's what we want to hear, but that's just the worst of it for Sarasota. We know that this storm will continue to move across Florida, where it is dumping a huge amount of rain. And for hours, there were tornado warnings to go along with this hurricane. As if the hurricane wasn't enough, we were talking about multiple tornado warnings, 135 plus. It was a record-breaking day for Florida, and that was for the most part before this hurricane even made landfall. The storm is a Category 2 right now. Rachel, Rhythm, we're talking about this continuing to weaken as it moves across the state. It will also be going down to a Category 1, but still bringing a tremendous amount of rain into highly populated areas, highly popular tourist areas as well.
Absolutely, and a lot of the rain that we are talking about is going to be through the overnight. So for Orlando, Daytona Beach, my apologies, a lot of that rain, so before that 5 a.m. you will start to see it clearing out for areas like Orlando. Nonetheless, you are still looking at a very highly populated region with a lot of concrete and structures and asphalt. So a lot of that rain is not going to have a lot of room to move and clear out from. So when we take a look over the last, let's say 24 hours for areas like Orlando's already seen about 50 millimeters of rainfall. It's not a lot, but what's to come is exactly what we've been looking at in areas like Largo, St. Petersburg, that have seen over 200 to 300 millimeters of rainfall within that last 24-hour time frame. Now with this, that heaviest rainfall is expected to be up towards Daytona Beach, just as you are closer to the shoreline and the water. But another factor is going to be some of that storm surge as well.
Yeah, and for Daytona Beach, it's also that onshore flow. So the wraparound winds coming from the water onto shore are going to be pushing the water upwards of 1 to 1.5 meters. And that's all going to be taking place early Thursday morning and continuing once we get the system making its way well offshore. That's where we'll see a change of wind direction. Still quite gusty winds, though, for Daytona Beach. If you have a look as this loop plays out, keep a look at Daytona Beach right about there. You're seeing those reds, dark reds. We're talking about over 100 km/h winds. And that is well on the other side of Florida from landfall. So again, it's definitely not something to take lightly. We were talking about this system diminishing into Cat 1. When it does so, it expands. So it creates a wider field, maybe less intense than 200 km/h winds, but it's going to be impacting a wider field of area across the Niagara Peninsula. So we're talking about from Jacksonville all the way down to just north of Miami, with Category 1 tropical storm strength hurricane winds. That's over 600 kilometers of impacts.
Yeah, I mean, it's really incredible what what we've seen. Even as this storm starts to die down, we're still talking about big impacts with these numbers. So again, even if it is a Category 1, that's still going to have impacts on eastern areas of Florida as the storm moves through. Now, the difference, of course, between the trajectory of Milton versus what happened with Helene is that it's not moving right into the Carolinas and Georgia. I mean, Georgia may have some impacts from this, but for the most part, it's moving out to sea, which is, I guess, the best case scenario for those states who were so highly impacted by Helene. Hundreds of millimeters of rain came down, widespread flooding. Asheville devastated in North Carolina because of that rain and the topography there, and more than 200 fatalities as a result of that storm. So we're not going to know really the impacts of this for the next few days, certainly not tonight because of it being in darkness. We can see the wind speeds. We know that there's storm surge. We know about the tornadoes as well, that the fact that that lives have been lost due to the tornadoes, not so much the hurricane. And again, 1.6 million without power right now in Florida. It's going to be, a long night for a lot of folks in the state because of Milton, and we can see it's still going strong, even though it's a Category 2, at one point a Category 5. This was a powerful storm that really energized in a short period of time. In 49 hours, it went from a tropical depression to a Category 5 storm. We used to say that this was highly rare, unprecedented, unusual. Not so much now. We've seen this kind of thing happen time and again, especially this season. A season where we anticipated more storms. We're not seeing the number of storms that we had thought we might. However, there are still a few spinning around in the Atlantic Basin, and at 1.3 in October, which we've never seen before.
That's right. And Kim, I just want to quickly highlight that we will be.
I can hear them, so.
I think we're going to give it to Mark because I think he's ready to go. So, Mark,
we'll
take
hold
it
that
over.
Thought.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is, things get crazy in this. Welcome to live TV. Welcome to live streaming. Kim, and Rachel, what I'm finding at this point is we really are feeling a bit of a ramping down of the winds. We're still hearing those big gusts coming through, but we're not hearing that continuous roar. This is very typical of the backside of the hurricanes. You're still hearing the wind, but it's not that continuous blast. And that sort of is telling me that it's beginning to ramp down, and that may mean that we have seen the worst of it. And again, I'm very impressed that we still have power here in Sarasota. We definitely saw a bunch of flashes. Power dropped away, but I think barring any sort of surprises, which of course hurricanes absolutely bring, we may be seeing the end of the worst part of the hurricane.
Okay, Mark, and yes, we're just going to, stay with this live stream for another 10 minutes or so. As you're pointing out, the storm is starting to ease, at least where you are. We're not going to send you to chase this storm across Florida. We do anticipate a lot of people will be following you on social media, of course, because we're going to see the outcome of this storm tomorrow. Once the sun rises and in the light of day, I think we'll all have a better idea of what this storm has done. I mean, Milton, it was scary. The forecasters were extremely worried about this because of the storm surge, but there are other elements to this, and I think just the sheer amount of rain in some parts of Florida is going to be something that people will be talking about for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, Kim, this had the potential, and we explained its potentials and probabilities that this could have brought that catastrophic storm surge to Tampa itself. It didn't. It really looks like it didn't. I was checking on our meteorology chat here, which is absolutely fascinating that I can literally chat with you on my phone, to get that information. But they said that I believe one of our Mets, it was Michael Carter, that said that we actually had a drop in the bay of 4.5 feet. In Tampa Bay, because we had that reverse surge and all that water's coming around to where we are here in Sarasota. I'm just going to take a quick look right now, and that storm surge still in the alley where I went out to check on the car out there. But we're going to have to wait until that surge drops down so that we can leave. I want to make sure that we're safe on our way back to Tampa. We're only about an hour away, but it's probably going to take us more like 2 hours to get back. And right now, though, I fingers crossed at this point that the catastrophic damage that we feared hasn't happened here on the west coast of Florida.
Yes, I hope you're right, Mark. I mean, it certainly doesn't seem like that right now, so that is good news. We'll know more, obviously, tomorrow. I think one of the bigger surprises with this storm was the sheer amount of tornadoes that we had ahead of it and during it.
Kim, some of those shots on video of those tornadoes, those look like ones I would see in Tornado Alley. That looks like Oklahoma, not Florida. Those are full-on, look like supercell tornadoes. And I know that the Northern Tornadoes Project, Dave Sills, was pointing out that the similarities to the storms that we do see in the plains, and he was surprised, and that's Dave, the amount of tornadoes that this one produced and the destructive nature of the tornadoes that this produced.
Yep, it happens, but it just seems to be more than average with this one. I'm going to bring it over to Rachel and Rhythm right now to look ahead at where this storm is going, how we anticipate the remainder of the night to go.
Now, with the remainder of the night and how the storm is going to proceed, there's one thing I do want to highlight before Mark jumped in, was the fact that areas across Georgia and South Carolina will be seeing some rainfall. It's not going to be heavy rainfall, which is amazing news as they continue to clean up. But in terms of the rainfall, it is going to push further towards the northeast. So a lot of that heavy rainfall is expected to push into areas of Orlando, into Daytona Beach, and into Jacksonville as we're heading into our overnight. The heaviest rainfall for Orlando is going to be through the overnight period and then into the early morning for areas like Daytona. But with the winds, that's going to be definitely something to watch out for, because that's really going to explode a lot of that storm surge towards the eastern end of the province, right, Rachel?
Yeah, you can see that onshore flow pre-dawn Thursday for Daytona Beach. It's going to be quite something. Even the backside of the system, that is something that we want to drive home. The backside of the system is honestly maybe a bit more impressive. You can see those gusts getting into those deep reds as it makes its way across into the Atlantic Ocean. Again, another point that I want to highlight, this is not something that Canadians need to worry about, likely seeing no impacts, but if you are planning to go down to Florida, maybe wait until November, because we're looking at storm surge over meter or two, even on the west and east coast for Daytona Beach. So let this area just breathe a little bit and see what the damage is in the light of day.
Yeah, Florida has barely had any time to breathe at all, considering that Helene was 2 weeks ago and wasn't even the first hurricane to hit Florida this season. We had Debbie back in July. So Debbie was first, then Helene, now Milton, 3 storms hitting Florida, 5 storms in the Gulf. The Gulf is extremely warm this time of year. Hurricane season goes from the beginning of June to the end of November. Usually it's late August, September that we get most of our storms, but certainly the water is very warm this time of year. I don't know if you have been in the Caribbean or in the Gulf this time of year, but it's like bath water. You don't even need to get used to it. You can go straight in, and that's exactly what hurricanes need in order to get energy, in order for them to explode. Warm water, they love it, and a lack of wind shear as well. So look at these temperatures. This is what the water is like right now, and this is the reason, or at least one of the reasons, why Milton got to be such a massive hurricane, such a strong hurricane in such a short period of time, breaking records. So going from, again, a tropical depression to a Category 5 storm. You know, when these storms take longer, when they form perhaps out in the Atlantic farther, then forecasters and the National Hurricane Center have a better idea of where that storm is going to go and what that storm is going to do. Milton didn't give us a ton of time. It was enough time to get people out of their homes. It was enough time to mobilize in Florida. I mean, they're getting used to this kind of thing, unfortunately. And by getting used to, I mean the officials are getting used to this kind of thing. We're looking at the numbers of how far the pressure dropped, how low the pressure was at one point, 897 millibars. So yes, Milton not the strongest, but certainly breaking records of a different variety. And here again are past tracks. When we're looking at Florida and the east coast of the United States, obviously a target for the Atlantic hurricane season, for tropical storms, and for hurricanes, and some of them obviously can be very powerful.
Absolutely. And you know, one thing that we've reiterated so much time was that those outer bands play such an important role when it came to the tornado activity across Florida. We had 135 tornado warnings through the day today. There were multiple deaths, unfortunately, as well. Fortunately, all of the tornado watches have fallen. There were still some tornado watches in Orlando, just about right around that 9 p.m. time frame. They have all fallen. So the main concern as this system further tracks towards the east is going to be that flooding risk, that flash flooding risk as well. When we take a look over, let's do the last 24 hours, you see a lot of that rain down towards St. Petersburg. All of that is going to start to push into areas like Orlando. Now, with the track of this, it may not be in a very highly populated region, but it's still going to be cusping the Orlando region. So you're still going to be taking a look at heavy rainfall moving in towards that region through the overnight, tapering off into the morning, and then Daytona Beach is going to be one of those places where we can be looking at, Rachel, upwards of 300 to 400 millimeters of rain.
Yeah, it's going to be quite substantial. Like we said, the backside of the system may be a bit more impressive than the front side. We're also seeing storm surge continue to increase in and around Port Charlotte. I'm seeing visuals on X of boats kind of at at the sidewalks in and around Punta Gorda. So that inlet there with Port Charlotte down to Cape Coral, looking like the storm surge is quite inundated. Meanwhile, we have an anti-storm surge going on in Tampa. So quite an interesting storm from start to finish. Still lots more to go, Kim. Again, we don't want to kind of take a sigh of relief because we did see landfall. Landfall was earlier this evening at 8:30, just outside or just in Sarasota County, the Siesta Key. But this is not a time to relax. It's definitely a time to keep your phone on loud. Make sure you have multiple sources of information that you can get your alerts from, because again, we can't reiterate it enough. Overnight into Tuesday morning, before the day breaks, we're still seeing the system continue to move towards the northeast.
Yeah, and these people are going to feel the effects of this for quite some time when we're talking about a flooding emergency with just well over 100 millimeters, in some cases 200 millimeters of rain. Then the water starts flowing up through the sewers. The sewer system can't handle it, so we're talking about flooding that way. The rivers can't handle it, and there's a number of rivers as well, and they will overflow. And then we add to the fact that Florida is very flat when it comes to topography, and so the water doesn't really drain that quickly. Now, Mark did point out that when it comes to storm surge, it comes in and it rolls out. But when it comes in, it can do a lot of damage in a very short period of time. Now, that water may not necessarily stick around. It'll flow back out to sea. But there are other cases, especially in places like Orlando, where the flooding may be more substantial. And look at those numbers jumping. I don't know if that was the correct number. I know you're working on it there.
That is.
Okay, so just over 1,700,000 without power. Now, miraculously, our StormHunter Mark Robinson happened to have power stay on where he is in the parking garage. We've seen a lot of flickers of power where you are, but I guess the infrastructure is great, or everyone has a generator, but it's good to see with a storm like this that power has remained on, at least for you.
Yeah, Kim, the power has stayed on here in this part of Sarasota. I assume that, we get up the I-75 and head back towards Tampa, I'm assuming we will see power out in most areas. The infrastructure here, pretty good, pretty solid. They definitely built for hurricanes here. Kim, I'm going to sort of step out of the shot. Dave, we wanted to show you the sort of live shot of the road down there. You can see a lot of debris, and those trees are sort of bouncing around. It's kind of amazing to see that some of those trees have actually held up and are holding on. Now, Dave, I'm going to step back into the shot now, because we want to sort of, I want to almost wrap up, what this has been like. We went through, staying in Tampa, came all the way down here to Sarasota, and we were concerned about the storm surge in Tampa. But once we knew that the storm surge was less likely to hit there, we came down here to Sarasota to sort of see where the storm was going to push that surge in. And what we ended up doing was literally getting the center of the storm came directly over top of us, made landfall just to our west, and then came right over top of us. And then that back side of the storm, that back eye wall, that western eye wall, hit us with much stronger, way stronger winds, and it also brought the storm surge in. So all of that has been the story of this storm, and I can tell you it's been a long one. Helene, very different, came through fairly quickly. This one, much longer lasting. And we're not really going to know the impact of this until tomorrow. And we're going to be live at 8 o'clock in the morning talking about some of the damage and some of what we're seeing likely from Tampa, because they're still being hit by the rain and the wind up there.
Okay, Mark, well, I'm going to let you go. And off he goes. Mark Robinson and Nathan Coleman and our cameraman Dave Hodge doing a great job covering this storm from beginning to end, and we'll continue to cover this storm first thing tomorrow morning. So I'm going to let them take a little bit of a break. Mark has gone through not one but 2 eyes of hurricanes within 2 weeks, managed to be in the exact spot where the eye moved through 2 weeks in a row. Unbelievable. I mean, he's seen many hurricanes, but I don't know that I've seen anything quite like this. two hurricanes so close together. Rachel and Rhythm have been following this along the whole time as well. Close to 2 million now without power in Florida, and a lot of Canadians very concerned about what's going on there. Want to throw in some final thoughts, Rhythm and Rachel.
Rachel, let you take it away.
Yeah,
first.
I just want to reiterate the fact that the storm surge is continuing to rise, especially in and around Punta Gorda. There's car alarms going off, and this is going to be an ongoing story for the next 24 hours.
And that's just luckily for Tampa, a lot of that did see not as much of the storm surge, which is good news for them. But, as we're heading into the next 24 hours, we're still going to be taking a look at some of these effects further towards the eastern end of the peninsula. So storm surge is still going to be a concern across Dotano Beach as well as into Melbourne as we're heading into tomorrow. And with it, those wind gusts through the morning can be upwards of 120 kilometers an hour. So this system may be weakening, but it is definitely not going anywhere without any major impacts across the state.
Exactly. Okay, Rhythm, Reet, Rachel Modesinto, meteorologist, thank you for covering this storm from beginning to end, and we'll continue to have you.